Halo? Dzień dobry. Prosimy jednak, będą przerwy odpowiednie na picie kawy i na uprawianie życia towarzyskiego, które jest najważniejsze w czasie naszych spotkań. A tam panowie z góry muszą mi dać jakiś taki umówiony znak, sygnał. Jest super. Czyli niestety jesteśmy już na antenie. Widzi nas cały świat, miejmy nadzieję. W takim razie bardzo mi jest miło powitać Państwa na pierwszym dniu Międzynarodowej Konferencji Definiowanie Przestrzeni Architektonicznej, która w tym roku nosi sekretną nazwę Architektura i Historia. Ja do końca nie wiem, co to oznacza, ale ponieważ mamy tu wybitnych mówców z całej Europy, którzy na pewno powiedzą nam, co ja miałem na myśli, wymyślając taki temat. Witamy niestety tylko w formie streamingu, tu pani dziekan będzie się tłumaczyć troszkę za władze rektorskie, ale niestety zawsze ten trzeci tydzień listopada mamy jakąś konkurencję. W tym roku mamy konkurencję w postaci wizytacji Unii Europejskiej, no i przegraliśmy z Unią Europejską, ale bardzo proszę o gorące oklaski. Puścimy ten film panu rektorowi, żeby wiedział, że bardzo był mile widziany. Witamy też panią Agnieszkę Kostecką-Stec, kanclerza Politechniki, która na pewno też jest z Unią Europejską, ale też zaklaszmy, że bardzo witamy.
Agnieszka Kostecka-Stec, who is not here either, but we'll give her a very warm welcome. Let us skip some other people and let us welcome the chairperson of the Committee of Architecture and Urban Planning. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a warm welcome of all those who are here with us. And then we have the chairman of the Spatial Planning and Architecture of the Polish Academy of Science.
Witamy troszkę gospodarza, zaś gospodynię naszego spotkania, dziekan Wydziału Architektury, panią profesor Magdalenę Kozioł-Woźniak. Witamy wielce szanownego pana profesora Kazimierza Furtaka, gorącymi brawami. Nie powiem naszego ulubionego rektora, ale nie będę kłamał.
My favorite
Witamy pana profesora Bolesława Stelmacha, który jest z nami online i na pewno cieszy się, jak państwo bardzo mocno będą
with us. I think he'll be very happy to hear your round of applause given to him.
Witamy panie prodziekany naszego wydziału, panią Agnieszkę Wójtowicz-Wróbel i panią Urszulę Forczak-Brataniec.
Agnieszka Wójtowicz-Wróbel, Urszula Forczak-Brataniec. They're also online, but let's welcome them.
Witamy panią Magdalenę Buczyńską-Zapałę, szefa oddziału SARP-u Kraków. Na pewno na online zaklaszczmy bardzo. Przejdziemy już do obecnych. Witamy Małopolskiego Wojewódzkiego Konserwatora Zabytków panią Katarzynę Urbańską. Gorące brawa. To jest temat historia, to jest troszkę zbieżne. Witamy przewodniczącego Rady Małopolskiej Okręgowej Izby Architektów RP pana Marka Kaszyńskiego. Witamy prezesa Towarzystwa Urbanistów Polskich Oddział Kraków pana doktora Marcelego Łasochę. Witamy na online, ale będziemy na pewno mu miło pana profesora Jana Dyję, dyrektora wykonawczego Stowarzyszenia Producentów Cementu. I witamy niezawodnego, jak zwykle z nami, dyrektora marketingu pana Zbigniewa Pilcha. Ja nawet mam tu wpięty taki beton w klapie. On niedługo będzie historyczny. Państwo dostali takie znaczki, też możemy pokazać, że to ładny znaczek. Witamy panią ze Stowarzyszenia Producentów Cementu, panią Paulinę Gost-Błaszczyk. Witamy przewodniczącego Polskiej Rady Architektury pana Bisia Lisowskiego. No, witamy. Witamy pełnomocnika dziekana do spraw International School of Engineering przy Tianjin University pana doktora Rafała Zawiszę, profesora Witamy prodziekana International School of Engineering pana profesora Rafała Blazego. Witamy panią profesor Katarzynę Łakomy, wicedyrektora programu architektury krajobrazu.
who is the professor for the architecture of landscape.
Witamy pana profesora Ifana
And
Yinga
then
z
we have Professor
Changing University.
who is from Changing
I
University.
witamy tu bardzo ważnych studentów IZE, którzy odwiedzają Kraków, uczą się tu i będą uczestniczyć w naszej konferencji. Gorące brawa.
Who are visiting Kraków and they will participate in our conference too.
Witamy ambasadorów, którzy częściowo dotarli, częściowo nie dotarli, ale to będziemy jakoś im przekazywać nasze gorące brawa. Witamy pana Jana Kantego Pawluśkiewicza. Witamy pana Rafała Bujnowskiego, Wilhelma Sasala i Marcina Maciejowskiego online niestety. Witamy pana architekta Macieja Frantę i witamy niezawodnych pana Piotra Lewickiego i Kazimierza Łataka, ambasadorów naszego wydziału. Tam z tyłu się chowają. Witamy wszystkich, co mieli być. Witamy kierownika działu promocji Politechniki Krakowskiej, panią Annę Chmurę. Witamy panią Katarzynę Tyńską z naszej Politechniki. Witamy bardzo gorącymi brawami pana Jana Zycha, który jak zwykle jest niezawodny i zrobi nam piękne zdjęcia. Witamy redaktorki z Architektury i Biznes, panią Małgorzatę Tomczyk i panią Paulinę Krzak z Buildera. Konferencja jest objęta patronatem medialnym Buildera, Architektury Murator, Architektury i Biznes i dpa. Witamy bijących te brawa profesorów i pracowników Politechniki Krakowskiej. Gorące brawa tak dla siebie. Witamy uczestników. Witamy dziekanów z całej Polski, którzy częściowo będą do nas dołączać w związku z jutrzejszym spotkaniem, które mają. Ja jeśli zabijmy Jeśli można, bardzo bym poprosił o gorące brawa dla biura konferencji, bez którego mnie by mogło tu nie być. A ktoś by to państwa to wszystko powiedział, to żarty, ale przywitajmy bardzo gorąco brawami panią profesor Annę Mielnik, pana doktora Przemysława Widaja, pana doktora Wojciecha Ciepuchę, panią doktor Galę Wałczowską, pana Krzysztofa Sińskiego, pana doktora Marka Początko, pana Piotra Stalonego-Dobrańskiego, pana doktora Grzegorza Twardowskiego i panią Joannę Piszczek. Brawa! O! Bardzo ładnie. Nasza konferencja jest organizowana wspólnie przez Katedrę Projektowania Architektonicznego oraz Narodowy Instytut Architektury i Urbanistyki i odbyła się pod patronatem jego magnificencji rektora Politechniki Krakowskiej. I żeby już nie przedłużać, bo wszyscy na pewno czekają na kolejny etap naszego spotkania, poproszę panią dziekan.
So without further ado, I suggest that Madam Dean and Professor Mularczyk
bardzo szanowni
give some
państwo,
opening addresses.
profesorowie,
Ladies
goście,
gentlemen,
koledzy, przyjaciele,
dear guests,
w imieniu nie
colleagues and
tylko
friends,
Wydziału
on
Architektury,
behalf
ale
of
Politechniki
this
Krakowskiej
Faculty
bardzo
of
serdecznie
Architecture
wszystkich
and
was
of the entire
witam w naszych murach,
University of Technology of Kraków. I would like to welcome you in our walls on behalf of the whole community. Well, just to offer excuses, all the governing bodies and members of the governing bodies of this university engaged in a very important meeting. We have a visitation which is effectively an audit from the European Commission, and we work on growing this university, on turning it into an even more perfect place and university. Well, I heard from many people here today that they've been waiting for November to come, for the third week of November to get together again. This is a jubilee year for us, so I'm very grateful to Professor that he agreed to add this poster session so we could discuss teaching, science, didactic approaches in the context of this campus. So, Professor Kozłowski, congratulations, Professor and your team. You're amazing, so all the best and have a great
Głównie
conference.
zespołowi pani profesor Annie Mielnik, która
Professor
naprawdę
Anna
odbiera te maile i
Mielnik and
czasami
her
ja
team,
muszę
she
wysłuchać.
is the one
Zapraszam
behind the
panią
emails,
profesor
so she's the one
Justynę Kobela.
engaged in all these activities.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you.
Panie
Thank you very much.
Przewodniczący, Szanowni Państwo, bardzo
Dear
dziękuję za
Chairman,
zaproszenie.
ladies and gentlemen,
Szanowni
thank you
Państwo,
very much
dzisiejsza
for your
konferencja
invitation.
jest bardzo ważnym wydarzeniem
Ladies and
naukowym,
gentlemen,
w czasie,
our
w którym
conference is
będziemy
an
mieli
important
możliwość
scientific
porozmawiania
academic
o
event
architekturze.
that gives us an
Architekturze tej
opportunity to
zapisanej
talk
przez
about
historię
architecture.
i tej wyznaczającej
Architecture written by
ramy
history
współczesności.
and the one that sets
Od
out
zawsze
the
architekturę
framework
można było porównać do
modernity.
opowieści,
Architecture has always
opisującej,
been
opisanej przez
compared
obiekty i przez
to a
przestrzeń
novel
znajdujący się pomiędzy
described
nimi.
by
Z tym, że
objects
obiekty o
and
znaczeniu
the
historycznym
space.
opowiadają o tym,
But
co już było.
historical objects
Opowiadają o
tell
tym,
us
jak
a story
żyliśmy.
of
Współczesna
what has
architektura
been, how we
mówi o
lived
tym,
in
co
the
tu i
past.
teraz, wkraczając
Today's
w
architecture
przyszłość.
describes
Ważne,
today
aby architektura
at the verge of
współczesna
tomorrow.
rozwijała się.
It is
by nadal
important for
tworzyła
our contemporary
nowe
architecture to
opowieści,
keep developing,
ale
to
jednocześnie
keep writing
pamiętając o historii.
new novels
Życzę
without forgetting the
Państwu, aby
past,
dzisiejsza
the history.
konferencja była przestrzenią
I
dla
hope,
ich tworzenia.
I wish
Zgodnie
all
z
of
myślą
you
Le
to
Corbusiera,
create
że każda
within this
generacja tworzy
space
własną
a new
architekturę
space
jej własnego
following
ducha.
Le Corbusier,
Dziękuję
that
bardzo
each generation
Państwu.
created
Życzę
its own
wspaniałych
architecture
obrad i
inspired by
spełnienia
its own
oczekiwań
spirit.
względem dzisiejszej
So
konferencji.
I wish you a fruitful conference.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much.
Od jakiegoś czasu wręczamy medale honorowe konferencji projektu pana profesora Dariusza Kozłowskiego, który jest
named
z
after
nami.
Professor
Ja bym,
Kozłowski,
jeśli
who is
udało nam się
with us
powrócić
today.
po krótkiej przerwie do tej
So,
tradycji,
following
ja bym
a
w takim razie
short
pozwolił
break, I'd
sobie
like to
teraz
return to this great tradition.
wręczyć.
So, right now,
Układ tych jest zupełnie przypadkowy, dlatego zastanawialiśmy się, czy po nazwiskach, czy po
award the
imionach.
medals. So the order is
Więc,
completely random. We thought about
ślepy.
placing them alphabetically.
Za zasługi w odkrywaniu istoty
So,
architektury kapituła
for the
powołana przez Radę
contribution
Naukową Międzynarodowej
To
Konferencji
the field of
Definiowanie przestrzeni
architecture, the
architektonicznej
chair of the
uhonorowała
international
doktora Marka
conference
Kozienia medalem Merentibus.
decided to award the Merentibus
Zapraszamy i to nie
medal
będzie
to our first awardee. We have many of them.
Za zasługi w odkrywaniu
For his
istoty architektury kapituła
contribution
powołana przez
in
Radę Naukową, już tego nie będę powtarzał,
examining architecture,
Międzynarodowej Konferencji Definiowanie przestrzeni
the chair of
architektonicznej
our
uhonorowała panią
conference
profesor Magdalenę Kozień-Woźniak medalem Merentibus. I to oczywiście nie jest
awarded the
koniec.
Merentibus
Zapraszamy
medal to
panią
Professor
do zdjęcia.
Kozień-Woźniak.
Także panią architekt Katarzynę
And
Kozień-Kornecką.
Architect
Pani rozumiem, że pani dziekan będzie odbierać.
Kornecka. I understand that Madam Dean will collect the medal on her behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, applause.
Zapraszamy do nas
Now
pana
let
doktora
me
Piotra
invite
Lewickiego i pana
Piotr
architekta
Lewicki
Kazimierza Łataka
and
za zasługi w
Kazimierz
odkrywaniu
Łatak.
istoty architektury.
And the award is for the contribution to the discovery
Pan Kazimierz Łatak jedzie
wonders
do
of
nas, jest niestety
architecture.
śnieg, więc wręczymy
Professor Łatak is on the way. He's been delayed by the snow.
Za zasługi w odkrywaniu istoty
Next
architektury będę
awardee,
skracał. Zapraszamy panią profesor Barbarę Zin.
Professor Barbara Zin.
Za zasługi w odkrywaniu istoty architektury
Now
uhonorowano
let me
panią
welcome
profesor
to the
Katarzynę
stage
Suchocką.
Professor Katarzyna Suchocka.
Była z nami pani. A nie!
Professor Katarzyna Suchocka, where are you? Oh.
Za zasługi w odkrywaniu istoty architektury kapituła nagrodziła pana architekta Marka Kaszyńskiego.
Architect Marek Kaszyński for his contribution once again to the development of architecture.
Za zasługi w odkrywaniu istoty architektury
Once
kapituła
again,
nagrodziła pana
yet
architekta
another
Wacława
awardee,
Stefańskiego.
Architect Wacław Stefański.
Za zasługi w odkrywaniu istoty architektury kapituła uhonorowała panią profesor Jolantę
in the
Sroczyńską.
to the discovery of the merits of architecture. We would like to award this medal to Professor Smoczyńska.
Za zasługi w odkrywaniu istoty architektury kapituła uhonorowała pana architekta Jerzego
Let us
Turbasę.
welcome Jerzy Turbasa.
I ostatnia
And
osoba.
finally, the last awardee. Well, last but not least, let me welcome to the stage
Uhonorowała pana inżyniera
Mr.
Zbigniewa Pilcha.
Inżynier Zbigniew Pilch.
Pan profesor chciałby, żebyśmy przeczytali jeszcze tych, co nie dotarli z różnych powodów.
Unfortunately, we are experiencing some problems with the mic. Okay. And finally, the awardees who have not yet arrived. Andrzej Bedlej.
Za zasługi w odkrywaniu
Once again,
istoty architektury
yet
kapituła powołana
another
przez Radę Naukową
awardee
uhonorowała pana
is
Andrzeja Mleczkę.
Mr. Andrzej Mleczko.
I trzecia osoba,
And
która
the
będzie musiała
third
poczekać, żeby
person
oddać
who
na
will need
następną
to
okazję, żeby
wait
otrzymać od nas
a
medal.
little bit
Za
to
zasługi
collect
odkrywania
the
istoty
medal
architektury kapituła powołana przez Radę Naukową uhonorowała
is
pana Jana Kantego
Mr.
Pawluśkiewicza,
Jan
ambasadora Wydziału
Kanty
Architektury.
Pawluśkiewicz, the ambassador of the Faculty of Architecture
W
of
takim
our
razie ja już
university.
pozwolę sobie
Okay.
Państwa nie atakować swoją
So,
osobą i
Let me hand over the mic and give the
moderatorów, pana
floor
profesora
now to
Wacława
others.
Celadyna, pana
Let me
profesora Mateusza
invite
Gierkowicza
our
i panią profesor Katarzynę Słuchocką do
moderators,
poprowadzenia
Wacław
pierwszej
Celaden,
sesji.
Mateusz
Przekazuję mikrofony.
Giurkowicz,
I dziękuję bardzo.
Giurkowicz
Teraz brawa dla mnie,
and
poproszę.
the third panelist.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Well, good morning.
Możemy rozpocząć tą pierwszą sesję.
I believe we can start the
pierwszego
first
referatu,
session with
który
the first
wygłosi
paper.
pan
This paper
profesor
will be given by
Jan Słyk z Politechniki
Professor Jan
Warszawskiej.
Słyk. He comes from the University of Technology in Warsaw. And the title is
Proszę bardzo, zapraszamy.
Avant-Garde in the Age of AI. Professor.
Przepraszam za ten techniczny.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for this technical
Jak widać,
interruption.
nawet w dobie sztucznej inteligencji maszyny czasem
Well, even with AI,
jednym z elementów
machines refuse to cooperate. And this is one of the reasons for my reflection. So
nie będę próbował zgadać.
I'm not even trying to guess what Professor Kozłowski meant when he was inventing the topic of our conference this year. But actually, well, some of that echoes within my soul, and I feel that there is this strong move towards looking for continuity in architecture, because if you are to search for the avant-garde, we need to think about the premises for continuity. The question mark in the topic of my contribution is
Wciąż stawiać,
a manifestation of wishful
czy
thinking.
można mówić o
So this question mark
standardowego
is
stosunku do życia, do sztuki,
about
a jak to rzeczywiście
machine
wygląda, to
approach
można
to avant-garde and life.
ściślej ustalić przez te najbliższe 15 minut.
So I have these 15 minutes to talk about it. So
Dwóch zewnętrznych referencji.
I need two external references that come from the outside
Ustalenie, o
to
czym myślę, mówiąc awangarda.
hook
I pomoże
my
mi w tym
presentation, my
człowiek
contribution.
renesansu, administrator
So
z
it's
Florencji,
about defining
profesor
avant-garde,
literatury, lingwistyki,
professor of linguistics in the post-war period,
Uniwersytetu Harvarda,
professor from Harvard and Princeton University,
I nie
Renato
przejdzie za bardzo w
Puglioli.
obszarze sztuk
So I refer to his
lingwistycznych,
achievements,
przez wzgląd na
but
książkę,
not in
którą napisał,
linguistics,
która jest główną
but
referencją,
through
jeśli
the
chodzi o
book and
ustalenie
because of the
znaczenia
book that
awangardy.
he wrote, which is my
Dla
main
Pugliolego,
reference for
awangarda
defining the meaning
jest
of
właściwie
avant-garde.
wyłącznie,
So avant-garde,
kwestią ideowych,
in his
psychologicznych oraz formalnych
understanding, is only the
postaw
matter of historical and
twórczych. Nie odnosi się
trends
w
of
swojej pracy
creators. Renato Puglioli in his
analiz
work
morfologicznych
does
czy
not
znaczeniowych
refer to
sztuki.
morphological or
To jest dużo mniej istotne.
meaning
Widzi
related
awangardę raczej w kontekście konfliktu
contexts
pokoleń,
of
tak,
art.
że,
He perceives avant-garde in the context of
zjawiska walki z
conflicts
ustalonym
of generations
status quo
and
w sztuce, często z jakimś
struggle
systemem
in
estetycznym,
the
konsensusem
status quo in
ekspertów.
art, consensus
I
of
w tym sensie
experts.
tak rozumiana
So in this
awangarda nie ma
context,
żadnego
avant-garde in
morfologicznego
that
ani
understanding has
strukturalnego
no
ukierunkowania.
morphological
Ona,
or
może być
structural
różna w różnych
direction.
epokach
It
i
may
właściwie,
be different in different
istotne jest
epochs,
tylko to, że wyrasta
and
ze
as a matter of
sprzeciwu.
fact, it is only important that it
Drugie
stems
odniesienie, które jest mi
from
potrzebne,
resistance, from opposition.
jest trochę inne
Then,
i dotyczy tego drugiego członu tematu
This
dzisiejszego.
reference refers to the
Jest również
second
takim
part
odniesieniem
of
bardziej
today's
osobistym,
theme,
bo
and this is my very personal
mniej więcej 20 lat
reference.
temu na
Well, I think it
Politechnice
was
w
about
Lizbonie
20 years ago at the
szczęście
Technical
słuchać,
University in Lisbon.
kolejnego człowieka
I was
renesansu,
lucky enough
Manuela de
to
Landy,
listen to Manuel de Landa,
meksykańskiego
another
artysty,
Renaissance
filozofa, ale także
thinker,
dewelopera
philosopher,
oprogramowania,
and developer of
człowieka
software.
wielu talentów,
A man of
profesora
many
uniwersytetów
crafts,
uznanych,
professor
Penn State,
of recognized
Princeton,
universities,
wykładowca
Penn
MIT.
State and Princeton,
I do dzisiaj mam ten wykład w
MIT
pamięci, bo to było
professor.
takie,
I
wydarzenie, w
remember
trakcie
his
którego
lecture until
200
this
osób
day.
mniej więcej
So that
w
was
sali
that
nieco większej
type
niż ta
of
zostało
situation that
całkowicie zahipnotyzowanych
200 people
wypowiedzią
in a theater
Manuela,
slightly bigger
chyba
than the
pozbawiona
one that we have
jakiegokolwiek
today
slajdu.
were
On przechadzając
hypnotized
się po
by
sali,
his
mówił o przyszłości
presentation, by his
architektury,
talk.
sposób, który właściwie,
Without a single
zahamował
slide, he
skutecznie
spoke
kasłanie,
about the
chrząkanie
future
i
of
jakiekolwiek ruchy na
architecture,
krzesłach przez
about the
półtorej godziny.
future of art, and we were
To jest,
speechless and
kwestia
soundless
tego,
for about
jak mówił,
half an
ale i
hour.
tego, o czym mówił.
So
Trzeba
he
tutaj zdać,
spoke about it,
sprawę z
and
kontekstu.
he spoke, gave
20
the
lat temu
context. Well,
konferencja
in
dotyczyła
the
zagadnień
context is that
związanych z
20 years ago, the
komputeryzacją
conference was
w
focused
obszarze
on
architektury i myślę, wtedy wszyscy
computers
byli
in
zafascynowani,
architecture.
ile można.
We were so
No, ale tkwiliśmy tak
fascinated
bardzo mocno w
by that
paradygmacie,
concept, but we're
dedukcyjnym,
stuck
że
very
wszyscy
much
wierzyli, że
in
da
that
się
deduction-based
skutecznie
paradigm. We all
zaprogramować
believe
maszyny,
that
żeby one
machines
coś tam projektowały
can
w
be
kontekście określonych
programmed
reguł, które,
effectively so that they follow
ustalimy, a
certain
potem wprowadzimy.
rules, like preset rules.
Manuel de Landa całkowicie
Then
ten
Manuel
obraz
de
zużył.
Landa,
Przez te 1,5 godziny
he
powiedział, że w ogóle
destroyed
błądzimy, że
that
tak nie będzie,
image
że błędnie
for that
zakładamy, że komputery
throughout
będą
his
wydajne,
lecture.
wspomagają
So
nam
he
myśleć
spoke
tak,
for
jak my
2.5
przywykliśmy
hours, and he explained that computers would never think the way we think they should. They will do something else. They will do everything differently. They will be following the rules of heuristics, and they will be giving accurate answers and proper answers, but not entirely following the rules that would lead to giving these answers. So he meant machine learning, but these were machine learning algorithms rather than machine learning.
Bardzo to na nas wszystkich mocno oddziaływało.
So we
nie
were
bardzo
very much
rozumieliśmy, o czym on mówił.
impressed by what he was
Nie jestem w stanie
saying,
Państwu
although we
zaoferować
couldn't
tak atrakcyjnego
comprehend
wykładu jak Manuel de Landa.
his
Proszę mi wybaczyć,
lecture.
ale
So my
nie mam
lecture
dość
is by
talentu
no means
i wiedzy,
similar or as
ale
attractive
chciałbym
as
jakoś
his.
lekko
I don't have his
zainspirować się
talent,
tym, co on
I don't
wtedy
have
zrobił, w
his
związku z
pool of
tym nie
knowledge,
będę
but
Państwa
I'm
rozpraszał
inspired
jakimikolwiek slajdami.
by
I
what
obrazki,
he
które się za moimi plecami
did
zaczną w
back
tej chwili
then.
pojawiać,
So I will not
to są obrazki kontekstowe.
distract your attention
wszystkie
by
wygenerowane
offering you
przez
any
sztuczną
slides. So I
inteligencję.
have just contextual images. All of them were
W taki
generated
sposób,
by the
że
AI.
mam nadzieję odnajdą w nich Państwo
So I
jakieś
hope
elementy,
that you find some elements
odniesień do historii,
in these
do stylów,
images
które
that
znamy,
refer
do
to
pewnych
history, to
typologii
the
architektonicznych,
styles that we
które się
know,
kształtowały
to
w naszych
certain
wyobrażeniach.
architectural typologies that were
Natomiast,
developed in our
proszę
imagination.
traktować to wyłącznie jako ilustrację.
But I offer them as illustration only.
Wracając do tematu,
So
jeśli mówić
back
mamy o
to
awangardzie,
the
no to
topic of my
chwilę muszę,
presentation. So
pozostać przy
if I'm to
ustaleniu
speak
tego,
about avant-garde,
jak definiujemy ciągłość
let me
i
first
czym ciągłość w sztuce, a szczególnie w architekturze może być.
present a definition of continuity and continuity in arts and architecture. So there could be many definitions of that, but from a logical point of view, it seems that the aesthetic systems that we typically use as the basis, they have gone through several revolutions in history to receive
Zaczęło się to
the
wszystko od
shape
takiego
and the
bardzo
model that
silnego
we have
paradygmatu
right now. So it all
dedukcyjnego,
started
czyli od
from this very strong
wychodzenia
deducing
z
paradigm.
poziomu zasad
So that
ogólnych
is
nie tylko dla
stemming
sztuki, ale
from
ogólnych
the
dla
level
ludzkiej
of
egzystencji,
general rules and
których
general
wywodzono,
principles, not only for art, but also for
możliwość
human
tworzenia i za
existence.
pomocą których
So that was
tłumaczono
the basis
artefakty
for
będące efektem działalności
creativity,
twórczej.
for explaining artifacts
Później
that
stopniowo przechodziliśmy ku
propelled that creativity.
obniżeniu
And
rangi
then
tego
we we were moving towards lowering the rank of the domination of principles and rules to that
On przez pewien czas dominował.
intuitive paradigm, which domineered for quite some time. Nowadays, I would say that when defining the style of architectural expression, we take either inductive or deductive approach, and we often look for correlations in these
jak wyglądał katalog form
approaches.
greckich.
So let us look at the catalog of Greek forms. It
Tam
was
wszystko zależało
purely
od
and clearly
reguł logicznych,
deductive.
matematycznych, które były podłogą
So
jakiejkolwiek
it was
działalności
based on mathematical
uznawanej za cenne.
formulas
Grecy nie
and
uznawali za
principles. The
cenne,
Greeks did not
uznawali
consider
za cenne niczego, czego nie można było wytłumaczyć matematycznie.
anything that could not be
Dowodów mamy wiele,
explained
wystarczy przekartkować
with
Witruvusza i dowiadujemy
the
się,
rules
że
of
nie byłoby
mathematics.
rysunków w skali,
It's
gdyby
just
nie
enough that
twierdzenie
you
o
flip through
trójkątach podobnych.
Vitruvius
Bo po prostu nikt by
to check
nie wierzył rysunkom w skali, bo byłyby
and
nieudowodnione
undermine
matematycznie. Nie byłoby cięcia
concepts
kanelowania na
of
kolumnach, gdyby nie było
different
twierdzenia o
approaches.
kątach opartych na
So
średnicy.
it's about mathematical rules and
Ogólnie mówiąc, na cięciwie
principles.
łuku.
So
I tego typu narzędzi używali kamieniarze.
tools
Niczego na oko nie cieli,
like
tylko po
that
prostu
were
wiedzieli, że
used
dowód,
by
który mówi
stone makers,
o tym,
by
jaki łuk
sculptures.
uzyskamy odpowiednio
So it was
opierając
about the
ekierkę na 2 punktach.
generating or creating an
W toku
arch
przekształceń
when
geometrycznych, czasem bardzo skomplikowanych,
using
otrzymywano
the right
wzory,
mathematical
które dziś byśmy
tools.
nazwali
So
antropomorficznymi albo
some
zoomorficznymi, ale to jest
anthropomorphical or
błędne nazewnictwo, bo
post-morphic
one nie były zoomorficzne
formulas
ani antropomorficzne, de facto były
were
konstruowane
generated,
drogą
so they were
skomplikowanych
created
przekształceń
through
geometrycznych, choć wyglądały
complicated geographical
kwiaty,
reformulations,
ślimaki,
but
twory,
later on they
które
look like
natura
flowers
też
or
potrafi
snails
ukształtować.
or other forms that come from nature.
Tę pierwotną typologię
So
architektoniczną
the original
nazwałbym pitagoreską, bo ona
architectural
dotyczyła nie tylko
typology
architektury, ona dotyczyła właściwie
would be Pythagorean
całej
in
ludzkiej
style
egzystencji
because
i była
it
tak
referred
silna,
to the
że
entire human
zdominowała dyskurs
existence, and
właściwie
it
aż do
was
wieku
so
XVII.
strong that it dominated architectural theory and practice until
w
the
tym
emergence
momencie,
of new
w
intellectual
dobie
currents in the
oświecenia,
Enlightenment.
dokonał się
In the
pierwszy taki
Enlightenment,
zwrot od dedukcji ku
There was
indukcji.
this turn from
Przywołać tu
deduction
muszę,
to induction.
Marca Antoine'a
And
Laugier,
then let me mention Marc-Antoine
którego
Laugier.
nazwać możemy znowu nieco
We
upraszczając
believe
twórcą
that
takiej
we
antropologii
could
architektonicznej.
call
Czyli
him the
odwracamy
creator
całkowicie
of
sposób myślenia,
architectural
nie ma reguł
anthropology.
ścisłych, oglądamy
So
formy
we
występujące w
turn the
naturze,
concepts upside
badamy
down, we
może
look
takie
at the
zjawiska
forms that
nawet
exist in
antropologiczne.
nature. We
Zastanawiamy się,
analyze
jak powstawały pierwsze chaty
anthropology.
i
We
tworzymy z
think
tego
about
pewne
first
przesłanki, które mają
shelters,
wytłumaczyć
human
wszystko, co
shelters that were
ludzkość jest w stanie
created.
wytworzyć
So
również w obszarze twórczym.
we look from this angle
Nie
at
chcę
all
się szczegółowo
creative
zagłębiać w dorobek
mass
następców
of
Laugier,
humanity.
ale wymienić muszę
And now let me mention
Jeana-Nicolasa
his intellectual
Louis
successors,
Duranda,
Jean-Nicolas
który jest twórcą
Louis
pierwszego
Durand,
chyba w historii
who
atlasu architektonicznego.
systemized and extended his approach,
No i tym
creating
samym
the first
jest on, moim zdaniem, twórcą typologii
collection
architektonicznej.
of
To był ten atlas.
architectural types.
Ten
So
atlas
that
to był
was a
właściwie,
collection of
klon
concepts.
opracowań
That was a
wykonywanych
clone
przedtem
of
na
studies
gruncie nauk
made
przyrodniczych.
first on the basis
Czyli
of
pewien
natural
katalog istniejących
sciences. It was a
charakterystycznych wzorów
catalog
uformowań
of certain
architektonicznych,
characteristic
które
patterns
porządkowano
of
za pomocą określonych
architectural
narzędzi
forms,
takich, że
and
wszystkie
he used
były widziane w tym
your
samym
tools.
szkiełku
So
preparacyjnym, czyli
everything
w
could
projekcjach
be
ortogonalnych w tej samej skali.
presented in the same scale,
Ustalano
in
pewne
orthogonal
określenia,
projections,
nazewnicze.
with certain
Trochę tak się to ogląda, jakbyśmy
taxonomy
oglądali gablotę z
agreed.
tropikalnymi
So it
motylami
is as if we
poprzyszklonymi
looked at tropical
jakiejś tablicy, w której
butterflies displayed
gatunki
behind the
występujące
glass.
w jednym
So
kraju
some
są
species
oglądane
from
osobno,
one
a
country
gatunki w innej
presented
strefie klimatycznej
in a
zebrane
box
są
different
w
than
osobnej gablotce.
species from
No, jeżeli
another
dużo tych
country or
gablot
climate
obejrzymy,
zone. And if we look
robi
at
się jakieś
many
poczucie
such
całokształtu form, które natura w tamtym
boxes,
przypadku jest w stanie
display
wytworzyć, a w
boxes,
tym
we
przypadku kultura czy
see the
architektura. I
differences
możemy
that
sobie
can be
budować
developed
jakieś
in between
wyobrażenie
these forms
dotyczące
that
tego,
could be
jak,
developed through
jak,
nature or architecture in
jakie
this
są
case.
możliwe
And then we can see
kategorie języka architektonicznego.
Possible and potential categories of architectural language that we can subsequently use.
Rozwój myśli Loziera i
And
Duranda
Lozier and
utorował drogę
Durand
wiodącą ku powstaniu
paved
dojrzałej
the
koncepcji
way
typologicznej.
towards mature typological concept. You know very well here that it was Venturi and Rossi who followed suit, so they added this additional functionality, so our butterflies are localized in the life environment, so it's not butterflies but buildings, and not in tropical jungle but in urban context, in a city. So we know that certain milieu, certain environment can shape them in a different way. So we have this collection of observations of objects and the context, and they add to building our knowledge in this discipline. Well, I don't want to dwell on this topic for too long. The neo-rationalists, they went even further in this context. They looked at architectural typology, so it's no longer the organism, the body, but it's instruction, the code that evolved to that extent that makes the organism operate and function the way it does, behave in the way it does, look the way it does. In the 20th century, we had all these elements at our disposal, so it's analytical, abstract patterns and typological induction patterns and concepts. And here we attempted at creating a concise system that would help us to design things. So I'm looking at Christophe Alexandre. So these are deduction-based categories and concepts, and induction-based categories, which are impressions over the catalog of real and actual forms that exist in our milieu. And here I would like to add certain methodology of using the certain atlas, which is written in a language that would be reincarnation of Aristotle's syllogism. So actually from that point on, we could be programming computers by following these procedures. So again, we have Manuel de Landa and his lecture, people who believe that Hershey and Friedman were right, for us fascinated by his lecture about Caesar style, who taught computers how to program using Caesar's language. Well, De Landa destroyed this concept, saying that computers do it in the wrong way, and it makes more sense to use that fitness function approach to confront the results with opinions of people who look at it. And then, having this trivial summary of the description of the whole process that generated all these images behind me in the background, I would say that this machine learning process based on deep learning accumulated all that humanity has created and possesses, and worked with the data. The data represented, registered, were recorded pattern of body of work. And we've reached that level when we get satisfactory replies to the prompt that I entered. So it was about a film that didn't have any graphic form, I just used the language describing the images that you see displayed on the screen. And these language-based models were only invented in 1990s, first to improve the interface, to learn communicating with the computer in the manner which was the most comfortable for us, not through the mouse or using the keypad, etc., but through language. It's intuitive for us. We had to develop a pattern for the machine so the machine could understand what we're saying to it. And now we have these models that have been improved that can do such images, and more than that, they're multimodal models. They're no longer focused on or based on language information, but they can describe any type of information, music information, model information, that can describe it in a structure which is close to the language form. So there are some elements of information, and then we have that translated into that 0 or 1 modular form, and the information receives meanings with artifacts knowing the language, and then that information can be subsequently used. Well, I think it would be too early to say that the AI thinks the way humans do, but I don't think that it's repetitive and secondary to inventing what we could invent. And in the 1970s, MIT researchers, Steny Gibbs, described in the algorithmic language, described the concept of style and style rule-based system. So the machine can be explained what a style is at the level of bits. So actually, so it is also possible to imagine, to teach the machine to invent something that people would approach with this concept of innovation and notion of innovation. So it is now available for experimenting, and we can follow computers' interpretation of that. So we have these communicative devices, and they refer to creations, and so the model can learn thinking in a more or less accurate manner. Well, actually, I feel a bit concerned about these aspects and the matter that I'm considering. But let me show you one thing which is possible. It is possible today. It was also possible tomorrow. So the slide behind me on the screen, it was made yesterday. Kuba Chlebowicz made that under my direction in our department. So this is a concert hall. So it was designed in such a manner that its optimized shape and its form was generated through that machine learning procedure that accounted for a number of criteria, and it generated that result that could be also measured in the context of an acoustic concert. So here in the left corner you have that iteration table that was used for practicing the context, and on the right picture, this is the actual delivery of that. This is a Tokyo Concert Hall, one of the most famous, recognized Japanese concert hall in terms of spatial effect. Well, it's quite congruent, it's quite similar. The machine could have invented that by itself. And let me now add a comment to that. Last week we talked about the prototype solution at the level of PhD. Actually, we don't even try to come up with all the algorithms. We don't even try to program the computer so that
prosząc go o to, żeby on w języku sztucznym
presents such an image. So we just ask the computer that in the artificial language it writes an algorithm that could use a model with certain parameters. Then we feed in some input, we'll input some data, and it turns out that the large language model is capable of doing that. Well, we need to have a dialogue with the LLM, and it is capable of writing 4 pages of Python code, and through that we can generate an image which is a proto design of that concert hall. So we didn't enter anything. We were not trying to discover the rules that
w taki sposób, żeby ona to przetłumaczyła na język sztuczny.
are the basis for that. We just ask the machine, the LLM, to translate that into that artificial language. So I'm not here to inflict any fear on you.
I do takiego stanu, w którym byśmy się mogli poczuć lepiej.
I'm not here
Ja po prostu mam nadzieję, że
put you
dosłownie
in a
rozumiana
good mood.
awangardowa
My
twórczość
understanding
maszyn
is that
nigdy się nie
literally
bo jeśli to miałaby być prawda w kontekście tej definicji
architectural creativity of machines is not going to happen, because otherwise that would mean that following the archetypical way of thinking, they could do and would do something to oppose us, and I hope that it's never going to happen. Thank you.
Dziękujemy bardzo za tą dość niekonwencjonalną prezentację tematyki, którą tutaj nam przedstawiono. No i wzbogacona ona była niewątpliwie bardzo impresyjnymi, monochromatycznymi obrazami. Dziękujemy za to ujęcie historyczne, matematyczną, filozoficzne
So thank you for this philosophical, psychological approach to the development of the avant-garde that gives us some food for thought and inspired us to the discussion. We suggest that the discussions take place during the coffee breaks in between our sessions.
Ja chciałam bardzo też pogratulować
Well, congratulations. Congratulations on this paper without any slides. I think you have succeeded. What I hold in my hand is a pencil. We all have had this experience. We had traditional materials, paper-based, and then we switched to computers. We had a lot of doubts, and yet here we are. We are the ones who generate prompts, and we have empathy. And this is something that is worth discussing. I don't know what the response of the generative engines and AIs to that. Thank you very much for this interesting, wise
W
lecture.
takim razie ja też dziękuję, oczywiście jestem pod ogromnym wrażeniem, ale
I am
nic
greatly impressed myself as well.
pana profesora Gino
But
Malacarne,
now let me invite our next
z
speaker,
Bolonii,
Gino
który
Malacarne
wykład
from Bologna, who
Plecznik z
will
Lubliana projekt.
speak
Wszyscy kochamy
about
Lublianę. Bardzo
Ljubljana.
dziękujemy,
All
panie
of
profesorze,
us
za ten
love Ljubljana, so thank you for selecting this topic for us today.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to this prestigious and historic seminar. It is always a pleasure to be here with you in Krakow. Given the short time available for presentation, I have decided to modify my speech slightly compared to the published paper. I want to present a recent project that is very relevant to the seminar themes, architecture and history. Images of my project on this time and the Nebita Maritime Theatre project in Sardinia, project we ran independent in the time sequence. For me, the architecture is a kind of work that never stops developing. In some way, each new project is a response to those that preceded it. It is also a reflection on the past to understand the main task of architecture. Architecture is built on formal, historical, and symbolical connection. New works are born from previous works. This allows us to define a pattern of places that developed through past experiences we are still meeting today's needs. This is a true art of architecture. Milan Kundera, when discussing in the art of the novel, spoke about continuity and see his idea as being closely linked to architectural design. Kundera wrote, "The spirit of the novel is a spirit of continuity. Like a work is a response to the works that preceded it. Each work contains all the previous experience of the novel. But the spirit of our age is fixated on actualities. We are so expensive, so ample that the past, beyond our horizon, and reduce time to a single second, isolated in the present. Taken in this system, the novel is no longer a work, but a current event like so many others, a gesture without a tomorrow. Like a novel, every architectural project must discover something new. Every work carries the experience of the past, we are answering the challenges of the present. This means that being an architect is an act of design and imagination, that including a fixed set of rules and tradition. Every piece of architecture is part of a tradition that must be known, renewed, and even betrayed each time. This is how we create a new and contemporary work. As Goethe wrote, moreover, I hate everything that merely instructs me without immediately increasing or vitalizing my activity. In our time, where only not is current seems important, architecture is becoming like the novel for Kundera, a gesture without a tomorrow. For me, it is necessary to oppose this risk both in theory and in practice. Well, what we call architecture is part of symbolic cycle of time, connecting and not yet, and the already been. As Ungers wrote, architecture is not an invention, but a discovery, a constantly new interpretation of new concept. In the best architecture, the precedent and the historical references that we can scenaristic the imagination. Evocative images are essential for recognizing places and building an identity. Now I want to talk about the project itself, the Nebita Maritime Theatre. This is a project for the industrial archaeology site of Nebita. It's in the southwest of Sardinia. It is a place of great beauty. Di Laveria La Marmora is the name, complex completely, and 1897 was once considered the most modern plant in Sardinia for separating pure mineral from rock. This site is important not only as a piece of industrial archaeological within demanding system of the Iglesiente area, but because it has become a monument of the coastal landscape and truly beautiful site. This architecture was born from the heart. Today's spaces are completely open. They show the structure of terraces built into the rock, high above the sea. It looks like an archaeological cross-section, an architectural ruin. It is certainly more evocative than the factory building, when they were covered and functioning and a normal industrial site. Its architecture fixed onto the rock face that goes down to the sea immediately looks like a unique place. Unique place is the question of Mito. It reminds us of many other places and architectures where this powerful sense of vocation is clear. The project works in continuity with the old factory buildings. It accepts this wonderful new condition of being unfinished or ruined. It does not want to destroy the value in the site has gained over time, and it deals with the ambiguous value of the antique. The walls, the material, and the spaces have gained a special beauty created by time, by hardship, and by many human emotion. André Gide and later Auguste Perret wrote that architecture is what makes beautiful ruins. This architecture proves that strongly. The old structure is a sequence of steps, rooms with large arched windows that frame in the end of the horizon. Our project uses it to create a tool for looking at the sea. It recognizing the beauty of these open rooms and the industrial ruin, which have found a new life and a new relationship with nature and sea. In short, for our project, this architecture became a theater, a maritime theater. Like all places whose architecture suggests theatrical form, this theatrical makes representation and invent possible. The large windows are also a classic feature of theater, remind us of portico, stage of ancient theater. Every space became a theatrical space, a place to see the sea. A real theater space was designed from the largest area. And then the cavea built on the existing slopes and upper loggia. The main theater space has a canopy, velario. This provides shade and helps define the character of this place. This character is about summer, vacation, on the happiness of the summer season, or at least to search for it. The entire location, with its terraces, rooms, and windows, is designed to look at the sea. Like the terrace town of Santorini, Fira, Oia, it is ready for adoration of the sea. The project also restores the small naval landing and the building that was the end point of production, and it's linked to the Laveria. The project treats the building, the ruin, as a monument. This is Ernesto Nathan Rogers said, It is a monument, magnificent synthesis between usefulness and beauty. It is a true monument of the contemporary landscape. The power of the monument became the main creative and cultural reason for design. The architecture matters because of its ability to create feelings. This monument can become a machine that defends the landscape and the memory of displaced. This is the monument, is the contemporary landscape, is inside the contemporary landscape. The monument can become a machine that defends the landscape and the memory of the place. It welcomes visitors and projects their gaze onto the horizon and it frames. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this interesting lecture, bringing us the factory, Fabryka, as a temple of industry, which is transformed into the temple of art. I think that's what we should do now with such buildings, and as you showed, is deeply rooted in the history. I would like to ask Professor Marek Pabich with his lecture of architecture, art, and history.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Wysłuchaliśmy na początku kilku słów ze strony pani profesor Justyny
Well,
Kobylarczyk.
we had that introduction made by Professor Kobylarczyk. She said that for her, architecture was a story.
Tak rzeczywiście jest.
And it is a story indeed. And story is something that continues over time. Well,
to ma być przywołanie tego, że
that is
płynie, ale ciągle będzie
Pantarei concept, well, that everything flows, but I'll refer to that throughout my presentation, throughout my contribution.
To wracam do istoty zagadnienia.
Let me go back to the essence of my contribution. Well, I will speak today about three venues with one owner of a big art collection of art and one architect, but in the background, well, we have that notion that everything flows. We have water in the background and more. So on this picture, you can see one of the wealthiest men in the world, François Pinault. He's so well known in France that even children can name him. François Pinault has an incredible collection of art, more than 10,000 works of contemporary artists with relatively small money. Several decades ago, he started buying works of contemporary artists. They were not well known, but he promoted them and was buying more and more. And his collection is incredible. Gilbert and George, Pistelotto, etc., Catalan. We have Antoni Tapies, Faraser, Marca Rosso. So this is an incredible collection. But then there are some Polish works, Szapocznikow, Opałko. Well, at the same time, he invests heavily into this incredible business. Some time ago, he bought Christie's auction house. Well, unfortunately, Bertrand Arnault is competing heavily with him, and he's competing with him in the field of business and in the field of art. So actually, that stimulates them both. I mean, that competition, and makes things more interesting in the world of art and architecture. So the venues that are the main point of my presentation, these are Palazzo Grassi in Venice, Bourse de Commerce in Paris, and one more Venice-based venue. So in 2006 he opened the first gallery, and in 2014 he opened another one, and then recently he opened one in Paris. In 2021. So apart from hosting the owners' collections, these venues are made by, prepared by one architect. And what these buildings have in common, they are subject to very strict restrictions imposed by conservator of historical conservator. And in Palazzo Grassi, the architect added Teatrino. It is a small building, small structure on the territory of gardens behind. And in Punta della Bogana, he added a huge concrete cubicle. And Bourse de Commerce, he added a structure which reaches until the basement. But it all started in Paris. Well, we say that everything starts and ends with Rome, but Paris was the first. The architect first was already working in Paris. Tadao Ando worked for UNESCO there, and then he started working in the western part of Paris, in Bouillon-d'Aucourt, in the Renault factory. François Pinault intended to build the largest museum of contemporary art in France. He wanted to compete with Guggenheim and Centre Pompidou, and he made some effort. He invested over 100 million euros. He demolished this Renault factory, and that actually what devastated him, well, that was a certain symbol for France and the French. This is where the student strikes of 1968 were taking place, and so this is where workers starting marching from fighting for the rights. So for the French, that factory was a symbol. This factory is gone. There is even a saying. They say there is a saying, when Boulogne sneezes, the whole France has as a cold. So Tadao Ando won the architectural competition, or the contract for creating this new Museum of Art, but because of conflict and because of huge opposition from the French society, he had to give up. When the authorities of Paris tried many different approaches to revive that area, and then eventually a big Congress hall was erected there. So Tadao Ando and Pinault, basically, he decided to go to Venice, Italy, best coffee in the world. So I suggest we wander around the buildings that he owns. So in 2006, he opened Palazzo Grassi. with this roof window. Tadao Ando, he couldn't do much there. He uncovered whatever he could. He covered what he could. He opened up the staircase. And Tatiana Trouvé is now on show in Palazzo Grassi. So if you make it to Venice, do visit this art exhibition. It's definitely worth seeing because it enters into this relationship to the building, to the city, because of the fact that everything flows. So Tatiana Trouvé, when entering this palace, she had that observation, quote, she felt that at that point in Venice, all waters of the world blend together. And this is her life motto, that water, which flows everywhere, may be a part of a river, and it could also go through our veins, through our cells. So the story about water is so interesting, although the exhibition is not only devoted to water. So she installed some elements of water infrastructure in the courtyard. So she brought some elements, like manhole covers, which would lead you to the underground network of channel. So Tatiana Trouvé in her Paris studio collected that incredible number of artifacts collected all over the world, and she uses that to create her exhibition. So this is one room that displays her collection. So what she does, she sets up installations which are related to space and the essence of transformation, while entering into the relation with the space of an object. And sometimes these installations are not entirely safe. You may fear a window pane or glass pane to crack or fall onto your head. At the same time, she showcases her drawings and she takes us to a different dimension, uncovering these spaces which operate and function in Palazzo Grassi. Well, the second object, the second building which I mentioned is Punta della Dogana. So let us see again that concrete cubicle. So Tadao Ando, he had that minimalistic approach in the interior of the Punta della Dogana. So you have it, ladies and gentlemen, until Sunday to make it to the exhibition by Thomas Schutte, a German artist. Very simple interior and his works. So this artist, in his creation, he largely refers to a human being and different concepts of a person. So that's François Pinault lighting a candle in that bottle. So it's about addiction. So even at the entrance to this exhibition, we can see some forms hanging walls that symbolize the mental condition, which is not entirely healthy. So there are people who are not entirely human, and there are people who may seem strong, but the title of this sculpture is People in the Wind who can hardly stand. And then we have sculptures of faces, and we can see every imprint of his palm. As architects, we may be drawn to one of the rooms. The artist left some chairs for us. We may sit back and reflect, because this one room is dedicated to the vision of architecture created by the artist. So these are the visions. They very well refer to the fact that everything flows, and perhaps it flows too much. There is too much flow, while these works cost like between 10 to 15 euros per each. Then once again, looking at the interior of Punta de la Gana, we may feel sorry for François Pinault, who realized that Bertrand Argot took over him, and he built that Louis Vuitton complex in Bois de Boulogne. So he said goodbye to his Venice collections and returned to his beloved Paris. So he announced publicly that he would buy the former Bourse de Commerce to create an art gallery. This is an 18th century building that replaced a palace that had been built by Catherine de Medici, and it was like a commodity exchange. It was called the belly or the stomach of Paris. So that space worked for some time as a warehouse for crops, for cereal. Because of changes in the transportation system, the building lost its function. Then it was converted to a commodity exchange from a warehouse, and then it was built by François. And again, Tadao Ando was invited to transform this space, and Tadao Ando, he was fascinated by Le Corbusier, and he wanted to create space which flows, which allows for moving in an invisible way. So it is a reflection of Le Corbusier's. These were ramps, slanting ramps, and Tadao Ando, he designed hanging passages, and these are soft passages leading to space. In that space, it's difficult to distinguish between art and reality. He also introduced some very useful functions for presentation, so this journey in that space is not as difficult as these images of people running up and down the stairs. And let me now mention that exhibition by Céleste Boursier, which is now on in that Bourse de Commerce. So we may feel detached from reality. People can spend their hours just watching that everything that flows, and think about architecture and reflect on architecture. We go to museums to see our own reflection, because museums reflect the society. And finally, what I find interesting is the next year's title and leitmotif of this conference, invented by Professor Kozłowski. Thank you.
Profesorze, za fascynującą wirtualną podróż po świecie. Myślę, że Państwo już urwałyście na przerwę, żeby rozmawiać.
I think that you are very eager to start your discussion on all of the three papers that we have listened to.
Nasunęły mi się od razu
What came to my mind when I was listening to you were two associations. The first one is Pantarei, and the second is the Institution of a Monument Conserver in
Może to będzie kolejny temat konferencji krakowskiej.
Cities. Maybe this is something we could select as the topic of one of our future conferences. Now, let us on. head over for a coffee break.
Super.
Po 12.
No i widać, jak ludzie bezradnie tak te domy stawiają tam i siam. Burdel, proszę pana, jest nieprawdopodobny, więc mój profesor z architektury byłby zrozpaczony, jakby krajobraz zobaczył. Projektowanie krajobrazu, profesor Żywonił. Trzeba latać. Ile się da, trzeba latać. Skąd się to wszystko wzięło? Moja obecność. Nie tą ścieżką, ale tą tutaj, z prawej strony podążałem na Wydział Architektury, gdzie uprzednio 2 miesiące wcześniej zdałem egzamin na studenta pierwszego roku. O architekturze wiedziałem, ale bardzo niewiele. Architektura to dla mnie przede wszystkim rysunek. Ale potem okazało się, że rysunek to jest jedną z niewielu części, bo architektura to jest świat. Rysunek był moją ulubioną formą spełniania oczekiwań profesorów. No i tak minęły lata. 6 lat tutaj, ale może też 7. Wydział Architektury to jest czyste wzruszenie. Z tych studiów w zasadzie wszystko się wzięło potem w wieku moim dojrzałym. To, co nas kręciło, to te możliwości, które niektórzy profesorowie stwarzali. Nie chciałbym tego nazywać jakąś daleko posuniętą swobodą, ale coś w tym było. Inicjowanie młodych, rozgrzewanie młodych umysłów, nieuporządkowanych, ale rozgrzewanie dla porządkowania świata. Bo architektura to jest porządkowanie świata. Z drugiej strony uczenie tego, co jest podstawą, a więc historii architektury. Studentów architektury, ja się do nich zaliczam też. Wielu studentów architektury zmieniało potem swoje zainteresowania, które blisko były architektury. A więc filmowcy, a więc pan Majewski, a więc pan Mrożek, który poszedł w film, ale w zasadzie w literaturę. W moim wypadku to się przemiksowało w stronę muzyki, która mi towarzyszyła równolegle. Jeden z profesorów zgodził się, żeby obrona pracy semestralnej przebiegała z Towarzyszeniem Muzyki. Pierwszym profesorem, który zrobił wrażenie, profesor Tomasz Mańkowski. Bardzo dobry architekt. Postać, bo to była postać, ale też osobowość, niezwykła osobowość profesor Wróblewskiej. Więc to mamy do czynienia Wydział Rysunku. Zapamiętałem profesora Włodzimierza Gruszyńskiego, niesłychanie pojemny umysł. Profesor Włodzimierz Gruszczyński to była postać absolutnie zjawiskowa na Wydziale Architektury. Dlaczego? Futurysta. Jeśli państwo coś mówi futurysta i futuryzm, no to było wszystko skupione w tej niezwykłej umysłowości profesora Gruszczyńskiego. Miałem przyjemność złożyć u profesora semestralną pracę, której treścią był dom posadowiony nad rzeką, strumieniem o szerokości chyba 20 metrów. Ja myślę, że jakby ten dom został zaprojektowany i ja bym tam zamieszkał, to niedługo by trzeba było czekać, abym oszalał. Oszalałbym z tego dźwięku przecież tego strumienia nieustającego i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Naturalnie pojawili się inni profesorowie, profesor Żychoń od projektowania zieleni, profesor Śmiałowski, bardzo ważny, na pierwszym roku, który porządkował nasze rozkołysane, rozgrzane umysły. Mamy tu profesora Zina, to są jego projekty. Historię architektury polskiej przekazywał w takiej estetyce, jeśli mogę tak powiedzieć, zupełnie niekonwencjonalnej. To była opowieść pełna wzruszenia na współczesne piękno zabytków architektonicznych. Towarzyszył mi jazz. Jazz, który słuchaliśmy wraz z przyjacielem po kilka godzin dziennie. Byłem pianistą jazzowym. Do dzisiejszego dnia mogę powiedzieć, że jestem pianistą jazzowym. Pojawia się muzyka i potem ta architektura odchodzi, a pojawia się Anawa i z tą Anawą wyjeżdżamy w Polskę, wyjeżdżamy za granicę, wyjeżdżamy do Monachium, wyjeżdżamy na olimpiadę. Architektura też jest takim rodzajem, takim miejscem wolności wyobraźni, wolności projektowania, które nigdy później nie może się spełnić. No szczęśliwie mnie się udawało, żeby nie traktować tego świata, nie zważać na opresyjność tego świata. Ale jeśli pan pyta, czy architektura to wolność, odpowiadam tak. Jeśli szybowce to jest wolność, to odpowiadam nie tylko wolność, szaleństwo. A przecież bez szaleństwa nie ma wzruszenia prawdziwego. Szaleństwo kontrolowane, ale jednak szaleństwo.
Że ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy.
Wziąłem temat pracy dyplomowej, renowacja, projekt renowacji i adaptacji XVII-wiecznej karczmy na szlaku węgierskim. Doktor Frazik zgodził się. Oczywiście to było w katedrze profesora Zina. Stało się coś niekorzystnego, ale fenomenalnie, jak się potem okazało, przyjaznego dla mnie. Śnieg spadł ciężki, karczma się zawaliła, XVII-wieczna na szlaku węgierskim. Bo ja wtedy jakby otrzymałem dar od losu. Rozumiałem, że praca dyplomowa jest pewnym skrępowaniem mnie, ukierunkowaniem wspaniałym, niezwykłym ukierunkowaniem architektonicznym, ale jednak mnie to krępowało. No i tak właśnie, tak.
Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy.
No i widać, jak ludzie bezradnie tak te domy stawiają tam i siam. Burdel, proszę pana, jest nieprawdopodobny, więc mój profesor z architektury byłby zrozpaczony, jakby krajobraz zobaczył. Projektowanie krajobrazu, profesor Żychoniu. Trzeba latać. Ile się da, trzeba latać. Skąd się to wszystko wzięło? Moja obecność. Nie tą ścieżką, ale tą tutaj z prawej strony podążałem na Wydział Architektury, gdzie uprzednio 2 miesiące wcześniej zdałem egzamin na studenta pierwszego roku. O architekturze wiedziałem, ale bardzo niewiele. Architektura to dla mnie przede wszystkim rysunek. Ale potem okazało się, że rysunek to jest jedną z niewielu części, bo architektura to jest świat. Rysunek był moją ulubioną formą spełniania oczekiwań profesorów. No i tak minęły lata. 6 lat tutaj, ale może też 7. Wydział Architektury to jest czyste wzruszenie. Z tych studiów w zasadzie wszystko się wzięło potem w wieku moim dojrzałym. To, co nas kręciło, to te możliwości, które niektórzy profesorowie stwarzali. Nie chciałbym tego nazywać jakąś daleko posuniętą swobodą, ale coś w tym było. Inicjowanie młodych, rozgrzewanie młodych umysłów, nieuporządkowanych, ale rozgrzewanie dla porządkowania świata. Bo architektura to jest porządkowanie świata. Z drugiej strony uczenie tego, co jest podstawą, a więc historii architektury. Studentów architektury, ja się do nich zaliczam też. Wielu studentów architektury zmieniało potem swoje zainteresowania, które blisko były architektury. A więc filmowcy, a więc pan Majewski, a więc pan Mrożek, który poszedł w film, ale w zasadzie w literaturę. W moim wypadku to się przemiksowało w stronę muzyki, która mi towarzyszyła równolegle. Jeden z profesorów zgodził się, żeby obrona pracy semestralnej przebiegała Stowarzyszeniem Muzyki. Pierwszym profesorem, który zrobił wrażenie, profesor Tomasz Mańkowski. Bardzo dobry architekt. Postać, bo to była postać, ale też osobowość, niezwykła osobowość profesor Wróblewskiej. Więc to mamy do czynienia Wydział Rysunku. Zapamiętałem profesora Włodzimierza Gruszczyńskiego. Niesłychanie pojemny umysł. Profesor Włodzimierz Gruszczyński to była postać absolutnie zjawiskowa na Wydziale Architektury. Dlaczego? Futurysta. Jeśli państwo coś mówi futurysta i futuryzm, no to było wszystko skupione w tej niezwykłej umysłowości profesora Gruszczyńskiego. Miałem przyjemność złożyć u profesora semestralną pracę, której treścią był dom posadowiony nad rzeką, strumieniem o szerokości chyba 20 metrów. Ja myślę, że jakby ten dom został zaprojektowany i ja bym tam zamieszkał, to niedługo by trzeba było czekać, abym oszalał. Oszalałbym z tego dźwięku przecież tego strumienia nieustającego i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Naturalnie pojawili się inni profesorowie, profesor Żychoń od projektowania zieleni, profesor Śmiałowski, bardzo ważny, na pierwszym roku, który porządkował nasze rozkołysane, rozgrzane umysły. Mamy tu profesora Zina, to są jego projekty. Historię architektury polskiej przekazywał w takiej estetyce, jeśli mogę tak powiedzieć, zupełnie niekonwencjonalnej. To była opowieść pełna wzruszenia na współczesne piękno zabytków architektonicznych. Towarzyszył mi jazz. Jazz, który słuchaliśmy wraz z przyjacielem po kilka godzin dziennie. Byłem pianistą jazzowym. Do dzisiejszego dnia mogę powiedzieć, że jestem pianistą jazzowym. Pojawia się muzyka i potem ta architektura odchodzi, a pojawia się Anawa i z tą Anawą wyjeżdżamy w Polskę, wyjeżdżamy za granicę, wyjeżdżamy do Monachium, wyjeżdżamy na olimpiadę. Architektura też jest takim rodzajem, takim miejscem wolności wyobraźni, wolności projektowania, które nigdy później nie może się spełnić. No szczęśliwie mnie się udawało, żeby nie traktować tego świata, nie zważać na opresyjność tego świata. Ale jeśli pan pyta, czy architektura to wolność, odpowiadam tak. Jeśli szybowce to jest wolność, to odpowiadam nie tylko wolność, szaleństwo. A przecież bez szaleństwa nie ma wzruszenia prawdziwego. Szaleństwo kontrolowane, ale jednak szaleństwo.
Że ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy.
Wziąłem temat pracy dyplomowej, renowacja, projekt renowacji i adaptacji XVII-wiecznej karczmy na szlaku węgierskim. Doktor Frazik zgodził się. Oczywiście to było w katedrze profesora Zina. Stało się coś niekorzystnego, ale fenomenalnie, jak się potem okazało, przyjaznego dla mnie. Śnieg spadł ciężki, karczma się zawaliła, XVII-wieczna na szlaku węgierskim. Bo ja wtedy jakby otrzymałem dar od losu. Rozumiałem, że praca dyplomowa jest pewnym skrępowaniem mnie, ukierunkowaniem wspaniałym, niezwykłym ukierunkowaniem architektonicznym, ale jednak mnie to krępowało. No i tak właśnie, tak.
Na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come back. Also the speakers. Trzech mamy, no. W ogóle jakoś tak ciepło wydaje mi się tutaj. Nagrzali, ale to dobrze, bo pamiętam na którejś konferencji, tak, ale pamiętam, że na którejś konferencji była lodownia, chyba w zeszłym roku albo 2 lata temu.
W zeszłym roku niestety nie dotarłam.
To musiało być 2 lata temu. I później miałem COVID. Znaczy nie, no to nie z lodowni, natomiast wiesz, no.
Ale na dworze jest masakra dzisiaj.
Tak, ale to bardzo się cieszę, że to się wydarzyło. Because we are already 10 minutes after the start, I would like to ask Professor Raffaella Neri from Milano to present her her speech, Tradition as Avant-Garde. Ernesto Rogers and Ignazio Gardella. Professor, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, as every year. So, I think it's not possible to talk about the relationship between architecture and history in Milan without first considering Ernesto Rogers, a tireless supporter of a theme which would become crucial for a post-war Italian architecture. A rereading of history tells us of the renewal of our architecture in a moment of stasis, of a reiteration of forms void of their expressive potential, in opposition both to monumentalism and to an impoverished rationalism, what Aldo Rossi would later define as naive functionalism. History was seen as an indispensable identifying element on which to pin a new modernity. This road would lead far to the point of laying down scientific foundation for architecture and to open a fertile period of urban studies. Consequently, in response to the solicitation of the conference themes, we might argue that in Italy, in the second half of the 20th century, history brought in a new avant-garde. It may have been the war and the reconstruction that prompted the reflection, posing the first important question: how should be rebuilt? How can we recover a collective identity reflected in the conformation of sites now destroyed by bombing? What forms should the place of future life take? In Milan, a city whose monuments and housing were wounded in great measure, this theme sparked hot debates in that period of idealism and positive faith in the future, with a mutual understanding that only on past history would it be possible to found the future. A new modernity could not forget its own identity, which was not neutral and indifferent, but the bearer of authentic life, of the values and culture of society and the modern city. This theme was strongly posed by Ernesto Rogers in the pages of Casabella, the magazine he directed, adding the term continuity. The core concept was that there is a clear difference between history and tradition. History is the succession of events, an objective and documentable fact, while tradition is that which resists change, the vital nucleus that remains, the meaning underlying human action and culture, relatively constant over time. Tradition, the element that endures beyond any particular forms, is what guarantees the continuity of history. Between history and tradition lies the difference that exists between phenomenon and idea. And these two words, that of ideas and that of phenomenal reality, or of experience, as Rogers called it, coexist and nourish each other. There is no conflict between them, but an inescapable need to base modernity on tradition. In this sense, tradition becomes a choice. It is not an objective datum, it must be recognized and selected, and it is necessary to specify the way to put it into practice and to make it up to date in order to review its cultural significance in other forms. This is the question around which many architects worked on the basis of the positions of Ernesto Rogers, with the contribution of many of his peers and of the students who continued this research. I shall limit myself here to talking about certain specific issues. I shall try to explain them by relying on the thought of Ernesto Rogers and to show how they can be recognized in the architecture of Ignazio Gardella. Ignazio Gardella, Milanese by culture, Genoese by family, Venetian by school, was an architect-engineer who is not easy to interpret because his work of architecture are all formally different from one another. And this richness makes it difficult to force them in the categories that historiography usually offers us. But for this reason, I think it's interesting to try to recognize in them some of the themes related to the issue we are dealing with. Gardella never began from the forms of architecture. Instead, he reflected on the meaning, on the nature of things. The problem was no longer an optimization of the functional response of a building, a technical question, but a search for its deepest meaning, its value for our culture, and of course, its transposition into forms. It was a search for an assonance between the values and the forms that must bring a renewed interpretation. The idea of functionalism was replaced by that of the representation of a value and a culture. And Gardella conducted this research free from any formally pre-established constraints, but within a rational method, another of the themes which Rogers insisted on, and in a classical idea of architecture. The freedom of thought allowed Gardella great depth in the answer to the problems he tackled, with a consequent formal richness in the works themselves. Something remained, we said, yet much changes. Was it possible to define tools that allowed us to know this element of permanence, the deepest core of architecture as handed down by history? What does this element of continuity with history, this nucleus, subject to incessant changes of forms, correspond to in architecture? Neither Rogers nor Gardella explicitly mentioned typology, but back in 1959, Giulio Carlo Argan had already highlighted this idea of continuity in Gardella's architecture, which translated into an adherence to some traditional typologies. The two examples of the Church of Cesate and the Church of San Donato both tackled the theme of the nave, a traditional spatial structure, but still appropriate to the rite and the liturgy, which therefore had no reason to be changed. In both of these churches, Gardella paid great attention to the character of the sacred place, as specified by the measurement, proportion, and lighting. He used modern construction techniques and ancient materials, but reproposed a low-pitched roof, which is also an element of recognizability of the theme and of spatial unity for a community. The House Barbieri, one of the first buildings constructed after the war, is a rural house of great simplicity. On the plaster volume, cut into two, to make room for the entrance and the large opening of the living room, against all the dictates of the modern movement, a double-pitched roof lays on top. Perhaps to recall a rural tradition and to make the house more involved with the landscape, except that the two pitches are asymmetrical and upside down inside, in the opposite direction of that of tradition. The house was a theme particularly dear to Ignazio Gardella. In this period, in the project of new expansions and the replacement of the destroying building, the question of the relationship with the way of constructing the city in history was crucial. In general terms, Ernesto Rogers called this problem a question of the relationship with environmental pre-existences, arguing the needing to grasp the existing values of the environment and to redefine this in fresh forms. The term environment included not only rational data, but sensible aspects. It is a term which contains a certain vagueness of interpretation, but indicates the difficulty of the work and the direction of the future research. Gardella designed houses that were different from the old ones without ever being indifferent to history. He looked for continuity with life and with the city without nostalgia or camouflage, but also without giving up on being modern. He pursued his project pursued these objectives both in bourgeois houses, such as the Villa Borletti, and in popular ones. He was guided by the aim of giving shape to an idea of domesticity, of rediscovering the value of the house in its relationship with places, in the quality of its interior spaces, in the lights, in the use of both new and old materials, in the size of the openings, which he favored at full height from floor to ceiling, to be able to look outside, even when sitting down, he said. He tried to give shape to a domestic intimacy that belonged to our way of living, to build a house that resembles us, that resemble, as Roger suggested, my humanity in beauty. The elements usually put in place were simple. Volumes covered in clinker, something which makes the surface vibrant with a dark color, as in the condominium at the Gardens of Hercules, in contrast with the long white metallic railings, as in the poor house of the Milanese tradition, which bring rhythm to the volume, and protected balconies of different depth with large glazed openings for bright lighting, looking out over a historical garden. The Borsalino Employees House in Alessandria, on the fringes of the urban center, is aligned with the road on one side, while facing the countryside on the other. The volume is divided into parts that define tall blocks ordered in a broken geometry with a dark clinker cladding, in which high windows open, shielded by traditional shutters sliding on thin track. Here the roof is flat. It is one of the identifying elements of the house and is highlighted through the narrative of its construction elements, almost as if it were a traditional wooden construction with the protrusion of the beams and the thin plane of the roof. Gardella was particularly fond of his project for the Vicenza Theatre, which was never built. Its stereometric volume strongly affirms a clear idea of modernity, while being born in continuity with the still-alive tradition of Italian theatre. Gardella set out from the current meaning of a theatre to identify what is indispensable and alive of its ritual, of its magic. The answer became the reason behind the form of his architecture. He designed the theatre starting from the nucleus which he recognized as the idea generally generating theatricality, the creation of two distinct places, the place of the actor and the place of the spectator, opposed and frontal, separate yet united in the staging of a non-existent but still truthful world. A dim space, unitary as a square volume can be, and at the same time a double space, split in two by a clean cut that separates the parts which, as in the theater of history, differ in height. An idea represented with depth and precision in a continuity of meaning with tradition, but far distant from its forms, because the shapes are different and variable, like the materials and the construction techniques, and in this case, forms are taken to the limit of abstraction, an abstraction which is through thought process, one which aims to identify the essential element here reflected in the precise geometry of the volume. In many of Gardella projects, the confrontation with history is direct. Gardella did it several times over the years, when he designed the Museum of Contemporary Art at the Villa Reale in Milano on the site of the villa's damaged stables, maintaining the grounds, changing the destination, and giving shape to one of the most beautiful exhibition spaces in Milan. Measured, bright, divided into different spaces for each type of exhibition, facing the garden with a long window, which becomes a continuation of the exhibition outdoor. It also did so in the reconstruction of the ancient thermal bath in Ischia, maintaining the ancient colonnaded front, a memory of the place, kept clearly distinct and separate from the new addition. And again, it did so with an extremely complex urban project, which involved the selection, demolition, and rebuilding of parts of it. It was the detailed plan for the war-damaged area of San Donato and San Silvestro in Genoa, which ended with the construction of the Faculty of Architecture, a building which, grafted onto the site of the former church of San Silvestro, but enlarged, rises like a new cathedral on the top of the hill, a volume built with a series of modern buttresses, which is not afraid to show its size and its modernity, and with this, its importance as a public institution. Because even a restoration or reconstruction is an architectural project, argued Ernesto Rogers, and has the task of bringing new life to a building or a part of the city, destroyed or disused, grafting new values onto its history, fearless of changing its forms, in search of that delicate balance which Gardella managed to establish between the old and the new. In 1992, along with Aldo Rossi, he conceived the reconstruction of the old theatre of Genova, Carlo Felice. Here, once again, the tradition of the Italian theatre, with its two parts of cavea and stage tower, was reinterpreted and reproposed in a modern key in very different ways from the theatre of Vicenza, thanks to its pre-existence, its urban role, and the collaboration with Aldo Rossi. They reinterpreted the cavea as a public square or a courtyard and gave the cityscape the extraordinary landmark of the stage tower. There is another important issue in the search for continuity with history. This concerns the relationship with technique and construction, the most subject to mutation over time, which directly reflects an idea of modernity and progress. Ignazio Gardella, an engineer by training with a degree in architecture, enjoyed an advantage with a clear idea of the role that structural problems play without sentiment of inferiority or mythologizing, knowing well the expressive possibilities and quality of the construction elements. I go a bit faster. And among others, the clearest awareness of the expressive potential of structure typologies is well shown in the House in the Park, a trouble project where the quality of the places in the house and their different relationship with the city are recounted by the wall volume of the bedroom area, more intimate and reserved, in contrast with the trilytic system of loggia of different depth in the living room with open onto the park. Gardella did not carry through many large-scale urban projects, but they certainly shared an approach which united the architects working in those years. Every work of architecture, even the smallest, was the construction of a piece of the city. It could not ignore its urban role or modify the site where it is located, but had to seek continuity with the pre-existing. The city historical past is an essential component of the urban planning problem, wrote Argan. And again, Gardella's architecture reacted to spaces, seeking a relationship with it that was never extraneous. The House of the Zattere was in this sense an attempt to relate to, or rather to insert itself into one of the most particular and inimitable environmental pre-existent in the world, without nostalgia and without reusing the formal elements typical of Venice. I conclude by going back to the beginning. Is there continuity in this research, or is it the outcome of some of many different episodes? It is my belief that the continuity which should interest us, the one that interests Gardella and Rogers and many others, is that of life and its values, which architecture must poetically witness. As in life, architecture must continually go in search of its own meaning without settling for the causes and obvious solution, because as in life, meaning is to be found, pursued, built, and manifest in ever-changing and even surprising forms. In Gardella's work, this link was always grasped, as if the forms of the architecture were a direct emanation of the life they contain, subdivided into domesticity, time for work, rest, play, study, and so on. This perhaps is the reason why in all of his works of architecture, it is easy to recognize their forms as one's own. It is easy to share them. It is easy to belong to them as if they had always been there. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Raffaella Neri, and thank you for this important, beautiful lecture and fantastic, beautiful pictures with spaces, buildings made without AI. And now we invite Professor Bruno Messina from beautiful Catania, but I see it will be online. Theme of this lecture is History and Project.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Professor Tomasz Kozłowski for the invitation. The title of my speech is History and Project. History in various forms constitutes a constant reference in our work as architects. Every transformation is an expression of the city's time, is the result of a slow process of tampering with building and urban spaces which characterizes every ancient urban structure. Only a critical attitude, distant both from an historical idea of the city and from modernity at all costs, can help shape contemporaneity and ensure that the past can transmit its values. Throughout history, architecture has often represented extraordinary palimpsests of complex processes of transformation determined by changing historical and social conditions. Over time, some factories have maintained and incorporated pre-existing structures, adapting their layout to function through a technique of spatial resignification based on a process of typological mutation. This is the case of the Cathedral of Syracuse, in which the original perimetral plan of the Greek temples were transformed in a Christian basilica through the inversion determined by the closing of the intercolumniation of the peristasis and the opening of the walls of the cella of the Athenaeum. In other cases, the ancient building serves as a substructure for new constructions, as in Adriano's mausoleum and in the Theatre of Marcello in Rome. Often, spoiled materials are recovered, giving rise to new buildings. These examples demonstrate how architectural artifacts inherited from the past are perceived not as intangible testimonies but as living materials, as exempla that manifest their vitality over time precisely through their availability to alteration. This point of view, which sees architectural design and restoration practice as coinciding, is shared by some contemporary architects. Rafael Moneo, in describing the processes of modification of the Mosque of Córdoba, maintains that it is precisely the respect from the identity that makes the transformation of a monument possible, guaranteeing its survival. In the intervention of an ancient castle in Pamplona on the Archive of Navarra, the Spanish architect creates new volumes and intervenes with extensive and necessary reintegration, using the same stone of the original facing with a more abstract texture and surface treatment that gives an unitary character to the entire intervention. Grassi's intervention on the Roman theatre of Sagunto is a very harsh solution. The architect believes that the ruins denies the monument's original identity, and the role of the project is to restore it by reconstructing the proscenium, the collapse of which had created an improper relationship of continuity between the cavea and the landscape. The outcome of any intervention on the existing heritage depends on the sensitivity with which the designer is able to resolve some of the most significant problems: the dimensional relationship between completion and ruin, the treatment of stratification, the integration of degraded materials. Comparing now three very famous projects for Venice, it's possible to grasp different ways of relating to an exceptional historic context such as of the Lagoon City. Ignazio Gardella's intervention at the Zattere tends to reinterpret in a modern key the score of the Venetian facades. In the project for the new hospital of Venice, Le Corbusier works on the settlement idea of founding the city on piles and on the urban form of the Campielli. In the project for the Congress Palace, we can envision a hall in the forms of a bridge with 3 large domes. Gardella favors metric formal relationship with the context. Le Corbusier designs a building in the form of a city. Kahn uses, in a symbolic and abstract way, 2 elements of the structure and the urban landscape, the bridge and the dome, avoiding any direct formal reference and adaptation of scale to the context. The relationship with history prompts a further reflection on the role that the architecture of the past has always had and still has today for the work of every architect in the conditions of his time. Many architects today, as in the past, pursue research paths oriented towards a critical vision of history, understood as a vital material in the condition of their contemporaneity. Let us think of the role of Roman architecture in the work of architects such as Brunelleschi and Leon Battista Alberti. A similar interest in the past led the architect Robert Adam to travel to Italy and then to Split in the 18th century to study and survey the ancient buildings. The clear settlement relationship of the imperial palace seafront, shaped like a city, became a fertile lesson for Adam in the construction of the city of his time. The memory of the system of warehouse and storage facilities in the Split's cryptoporticus became an operational tool for resolving the relationship between services, transportation and housing in the Adelphi neighborhood that the Scottish architect built around 1770 on the banks of the Thames, a residential complex built on a foundation that contains services for the entire neighborhood, organized and distributed by a system of roads, both vehicular and pedestrian, which solved the function of loading and unloading from the river. A similar attitude also characterizes the most recent project for the new district of Quinta da Malagueira in Évora, in Portugal, in which the architect Álvaro Siza takes as a reference the ancient Roman aqueduct that crosses and serves the fabric of the historic center, an ancient infrastructure around which the city has grown over time. Quinta da Malagueira is a residential neighborhood organized around an infrastructural spine that contains the municipal water and the electricity networks connecting neighborhood's various blocks, similar to the historic city. The idea of the aqueduct, a service infrastructure that distributes water, is analogously echoed in the layout of the new urban structures utilities. Another paradigmatic example is the residential project by Ramcolas for an urban block in Fukuoka in Japan. In this case, the theme of urban densification is addressed by the merging the idea of the insula of Pompeii and the experiments on courtyard house of Mies van der Rohe, in which the architecture appears as a stereometric volume closed on the outside. These examples are a clear testimony to how history can be an inexhaustible source of ideas and references. There is no temporal or stylistic distinction between architectures. The past and the present are living materials in a synchronic dimension completely different from the diachronic and classificatory one that characterizes the work of historians. The buildings of the ancients are to architecture what the elements of nature are to the other arts. It seems to me that this passage sums up very precisely the value that history can represent for us architects. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this next contribution to the issue of history reinterpreted in contemporary architecture. It seems that this aspect has dominated so far this session. And we can also be convinced that especially Italian architects are very characteristic of this historic approach to their works, and it can be seen very, very easily. And another presentation will be also dealing with this issue, and this will be by Professor Federica Visconti of Napoli. The floor is yours, please.
Okay. So, thank you very much. It is really a pleasure to be here as more or less every year for a long time. As Professor Malacarne, I decided to change something if related to what you can read on the proceedings, but the title is exactly the same, Architecture and the City History and Project, but I thought it was important in order to demonstrate some theoretical thesis to show you a project. I completely agree with the last sentence. Architecture and history is really an important topic for Italian architectural culture. We have no time to discuss details of what the Italian masters of the 20th century thought and wrote about this topic, but I would like to say something, starting with the two books covers. One is the Architecture of the City by Aldo Rossi, and we could say in a very fast way that following Rossi, history and city are the same things, because architects look at the city as the concentration in the reality, in a material reality of the long time of the history. And history, we could say, is a field of choices for architects. The second book is a book of a Neapolitan historian, Renato De Fusco, that probably for the first time wrote something about building in the built. Building in the built became probably a slogan, but it's an important topic because in a world that is today completely urbanized, each project is some way something that needs to establish relationship with other things. And what is very interesting is that Renato De Fusco, even if he was an historian, said something about the fact that culture of conservation is not enough. We need a culture of transformation. We need a culture of a project, obviously sensitive to the history, but that legitimate in some way the possibility to go ahead in the history for architecture. In which way? In which way? Well, probably, again, in a very fast way, Rafael Moneo talk about the idea that a project should be always a reinterpretation of other projects. No? The new as value is not a good thing for architecture, probably. And Giorgio Pigafetta, that is a theorist of architecture, asked us to avoid the problem of gestual approach to architecture. So what kind of city? Not this one, not this one. This is Shanghai, and the building that you see on this side is called, if you want to visit, you need to ask about the bottle opener, no? So following Vittorio Gregotti, this is a city made of enlarged design object. Probably sometimes good in itself, but not architecture. Enlarged design object. And what is the difference between design and architecture? The problem is that we need to host the human life, and we need to build in between the things spaces for human inhabiting. So this is the city we like. Also in the ideal city of Urbino, there is the presence of different things from different places of different character, but we can see the urban space, a space that even if there aren't people, it is possible to think it is a place where we would like to live. And on the bottom, there is a not artificial intelligence image. There is a human intelligent image by Francesco Venezia that is a collage where the Neue Nationalgalerie by Mies van der Rohe moved to Paestum, an ancient Greek city in my region. Well, because this is not artificial intelligence, but human intelligence, obviously is a kind of a provocation, because it's not only an exercise to produce a good, a magnificent image, it's an exercise to affirm something, to affirm exactly that we can work in the continuity of the history of architecture. So the project as demonstration. We are in Padua. This is a project elaborated during a workshop together with Professor Renato Capozzi and some of our young PhD students. What about Padua? Padua is an Italian city. Well, sometimes I said that the generality of the Italian cities is its specificity. So all the Italian cities are different, and this is what is a common character. Why are different? Because they are built in relationship with the geography and the history. So Padua is a city of water, for example, in which the presence of this natural element is very relevant. We don't have enough time to see all the heritage of this city, but this is the project area that is a concentration of history, because we have an amphitheater of Roman age, we have the Cappella degli Scrovegni from the medieval age with the most important frescoes by Giotto and other similar heritage. So what we did, we work trying to understand the form of the city very quickly, and we decided to have a project that has a title, Points, Lines, Surface. So we try to understand what the city in this point say to architects, and in this way built the project through a recurrent typology, the corridor, able to connect what today is divided, and with the 2 points that are 2 holes in order to host some special function. And the surface, because we want to answer to the problem of sustainability, Thailand, not in terms of technology, but in terms of form, making the soil completely permeable. So this is the project, very quickly, I think, and I hope the image speaking itself. This is an interesting montage, collage of a project elaborated by other friends. There is a project by Ignazio Linazzasoro, a project by Gianni Braghieri, a project by Carlo Moccia, in order to affirm that architecture is a collective fact. And the image of the project that I think can run in some way alone. Up to the last slide, that is this one. This is another exercise we like to do. Try to put our project on an historical image of the city. Also in this case, it's not a joke. Is an exercise to affirm that we want to select probably the last moment in the history of the city where the city was able to express a clear idea of city. And so our project is always a judgment on reality that want to put in value existing value and probably changing something that we with responsibility, evaluate as something wrong that happened in the history of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Visconti, for this very interesting presentation. Extremely bold project in Padua. Probably our conservator who left wouldn't agree to such a thing if she were the conservator in Padua. I think that all 3 presentations were very interesting and they were touching very important issues which should be now discussed by us during the lunch break. Thank you.
Zapraszamy Państwa powtórnie na godzinę 14:15 na następną sesję.
We'll reconvene at 2:15, at 2:15.
No i widać, jak ludzie bezradnie tak te domy stawiają tam i siam. Burdel, proszę pana, jest nieprawdopodobny, więc mój profesor z architektury byłby zrozpaczony, jakby krajobraz zobaczył. Projektowanie krajobrazu, profesor Żychoń. Trzeba latać. Ile się da, trzeba latać. Skąd się to wszystko wzięło? Moja obecność. Nie tą ścieżką, ale tą tutaj, z prawej strony podążałem na Wydział Architektury, gdzie uprzednio 2 miesiące wcześniej zdałem egzamin na studenta pierwszego roku. O architekturze wiedziałem, ale bardzo niewiele. Architektura to dla mnie przede wszystkim rysunek. Ale potem okazało się, że rysunek to jest jedną z niewielu części, bo architektura to jest świat. Rysunek był moją ulubioną formą spełniania oczekiwań profesorów. No i tak minęły lata. 6 lat tutaj, ale może też 7. Wydział Architektury to jest czyste wzruszenie. Z tych studiów w zasadzie wszystko się wzięło potem w wieku moim dojrzałym. To, co nas kręciło, to te możliwości, które niektórzy profesorowie stwarzali. Nie chciałbym tego nazywać jakąś daleko posuniętą swobodą, ale coś w tym było. Inicjowanie młodych, rozgrzewanie młodych umysłów, nieuporządkowanych, ale rozgrzewanie dla porządkowania świata. Bo architektura to jest porządkowanie świata. Z drugiej strony uczenie tego, co jest podstawą, a więc historii architektury. Studentów architektury, ja się do nich zaliczam też. Wielu studentów architektury zmieniało potem swoje zainteresowania, które blisko były architektury. A więc filmowcy, a więc pan Majewski, a więc pan Mrożek, który poszedł w film, ale w zasadzie w literaturę. W moim wypadku to się przemiksowało w stronę muzyki, która mi towarzyszyła równolegle. Jeden z profesorów zgodził się, żeby obrona pracy semestralnej przebiegała z Stowarzyszeniem Muzyki. Pierwszym profesorem, który zrobił wrażenie, profesor Tomasz Mańkowski. Bardzo dobry architekt. Postać, bo to była postać, ale też osobowość, niezwykła osobowość profesor Wróblewskiej. Więc to mamy do czynienia Wydział Rysunku. Zapamiętałem profesora Włodzimierza Gruszczyńskiego. Niesłychanie pojemny umysł. Profesor Włodzimierz Gruszczyński to była postać absolutnie zjawiskowa na Wydziale Architektury. Dlaczego? Futurysta. Jeśli państwo coś mówi futurysta i futuryzm, no to było wszystko skupione w tej niezwykłej umysłowości profesora Gruszczyńskiego. Miałem przyjemność złożyć u profesora semestralną pracę, której treścią był dom posadowiony nad rzeką, strumieniem o szerokości chyba 20 metrów. Ja myślę, że jakby ten dom został zaprojektowany i ja bym tam zamieszkał, to niedługo by trzeba było czekać, abym oszalał. Oszalałbym z tego dźwięku przecież tego strumienia nieustającego i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Naturalnie pojawili się inni profesorowie, profesor Żychoń od projektowania zieleni, profesor Śmiałowski, bardzo ważny, na pierwszym roku, który porządkował nasze rozkołysane, rozgrzane umysły. Mamy tu profesora Zina, to są jego projekty. Historii architektury polskiej przekazywał w takiej estetyce, jeśli mogę tak powiedzieć, zupełnie niekonwencjonalnej. To była opowieść pełna wzruszenia na współczesne piękno zabytków architektonicznych. Towarzyszył mi jazz. Jazz, który słuchaliśmy wraz z przyjacielem po kilka godzin dziennie. Byłem pianistą jazzowym. Do dzisiejszego dnia mogę powiedzieć, że jestem pianistą jazzowym. Pojawia się muzyka i potem ta architektura odchodzi, a pojawia się Anawa i z tą Anawą wyjeżdżamy w Polskę, wyjeżdżamy za granicę, wyjeżdżamy do Monachium, wyjeżdżamy na Olimpiadę. Architektura też jest takim rodzajem, takim miejscem wolności wyobraźni, wolności projektowania, które nigdy później nie może się spełnić. No szczęśliwie mnie się udawało, żeby nie traktować tego świata, nie zważać na opresyjność tego świata. Ale jeśli pan pyta, czy architektura to wolność, odpowiadam tak. Jeśli szybowce to jest wolność, to odpowiadam nie tylko wolność, szaleństwo. A przecież bez szaleństwa nie ma wzruszenia prawdziwego. Szaleństwo kontrolowane, ale jednak szaleństwo.
Że ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy.
Wziąłem temat pracy dyplomowej, renowacja, projekt renowacji i adaptacji XVII-wiecznej karczmy na szlaku węgierskim. Doktor Frazik zgodził się. Oczywiście to było w katedrze profesora Zina. Stało się coś niekorzystnego, ale fenomenalnie, jak się potem okazało, przyjaznego dla mnie. Śnieg spadł ciężki, karczma się zawaliła, XVII-wieczna na szlaku węgierskim. Bo ja wtedy jakby otrzymałem dar od losu. Rozumiałem, że praca dyplomowa jest pewnym skrępowaniem mnie, ukierunkowaniem wspaniałym, niezwykłym ukierunkowaniem architektonicznym, ale jednak mnie to krępowało. No i tak właśnie, tak.
Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy.
No i widać, jak ludzie bezradnie tak te domy stawiają tam i siam. Burdel, proszę pana, jest nieprawdopodobny, więc mój profesor z architektury byłby zrozpaczony, jakby krajobraz zobaczył. Projektowanie krajobrazu, profesor Żyfoniu. Trzeba latać. Ile się da, trzeba latać. skąd się to wszystko wzięło, moja obecność. Nie tą ścieżką, ale tą tutaj z prawej strony podążałem na Wydział Architektury, gdzie uprzednio 2 miesiące wcześniej zdałem egzamin na studenta pierwszego roku. O architekturze wiedziałem, ale bardzo niewiele. Architektura to dla mnie przede wszystkim rysunek. Ale potem okazało się, że rysunek to jest jedną z niewielu części, bo architektura to jest świat. Rysunek był moją ulubioną formą spełniania oczekiwań profesorów. No i tak minęły lata. 6 lat tutaj, ale może też 7. Wydział Architektury to jest czyste wzruszenie. Z tych studiów w zasadzie wszystko się wzięło potem w wieku moim dojrzałym. To, co nas kręciło, to te możliwości, które niektórzy profesorowie stwarzali. Nie chciałbym tego nazywać jakąś daleko posuniętą swobodą, ale coś w tym było. Inicjowanie młodych, rozgrzewanie młodych umysłów, nieuporządkowanych, ale rozgrzewanie dla porządkowania świata, bo architektura to jest porządkowanie świata. Z drugiej strony uczenie tego, co jest podstawą, a więc historii architektury. Studentów architektury, ja się do nich zaliczam też. Wielu studentów architektury zmieniało potem swoje zainteresowania, które blisko były architektury. A więc filmowcy, a więc pan Majewski, a więc pan Mrożek, który poszedł w film, ale w zasadzie w literaturę. W moim wypadku to się przemiksowało w stronę muzyki, która mi towarzyszyła równolegle. Jeden z profesorów zgodził się, żeby obrona pracy semestralnej przebiegała z Stowarzyszeniem Muzyki. Pierwszym profesorem, który zrobił wrażenie, profesor Tomasz Mańkowski. Bardzo dobry architekt. Postać, bo to była postać, ale też osobowość, niezwykła osobowość profesor Wróblewskiej. Więc to mamy do czynienia Wydział Rysunku. Zapamiętałem profesora Włodzimierza Gruszczyńskiego. Niesłychanie pojemny umysł. Profesor Włodzimierz Gruszczyński to była postać absolutnie zjawiskowa na Wydziale Architektury. Dlaczego? Futurysta. Jeśli państwo coś mówi futurysta i futuryzm, no to było wszystko skupione w tej niezwykłej umysłowości profesora Gruszczyńskiego. Miałem przyjemność złożyć u profesora semestralną pracę, której treścią był dom posadowiony nad rzeką, strumieniem o szerokości chyba 20 metrów. Ja myślę, że jakby ten dom został zaprojektowany i ja bym tam zamieszkał, to niedługo by trzeba było czekać, abym oszalał. Oszalałbym z tego dźwięku przecież tego strumienia nieustającego i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Naturalnie pojawili się inni profesorowie, profesor Żychoń od projektowania zieleni, profesor Śmiałowski, bardzo ważny, na pierwszym roku, który porządkował nasze rozkołysane, rozgrzane umysły. Mamy tu profesora Zina, to są jego projekty. Historię architektury polskiej przekazywał w takiej estetyce, jeśli mogę tak powiedzieć, zupełnie niekonwencjonalnej. To była opowieść pełna wzruszenia na współczesne piękno zabytków architektonicznych. Towarzyszył mi jazz. Jazz, który słuchaliśmy wraz z przyjacielem po kilka godzin dziennie. Byłem pianistą jazzowym. Do dzisiejszego dnia mogę powiedzieć, że jestem pianistą jazzowym. Pojawia się muzyka i potem ta architektura odchodzi, a pojawia się Anawa i z tą Anawą wyjeżdżamy w Polskę, wyjeżdżamy za granicę, wyjeżdżamy do Monachium, wyjeżdżamy na olimpiadę. Architektura też jest takim rodzajem, takim miejscem wolności wyobraźni, wolności projektowania, które nigdy później nie może się spełnić. No szczęśliwie mnie się udawało, żeby nie traktować tego świata, nie zważać na opresyjność tego świata. Ale jeśli pan pyta, czy architektura to wolność, odpowiadam tak. Jeśli szybowce to jest wolność, to odpowiadam nie tylko wolność, szaleństwo. A przecież bez szaleństwa nie ma wzruszenia prawdziwego. Szaleństwo kontrolowane, ale jednak szaleństwo.
Że ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy.
Wziąłem temat pracy dyplomowej, renowacja, projekt renowacji i adaptacji XVII-wiecznej karczmy na szlaku węgierskim. Doktor Frazik zgodził się. Oczywiście to było w katedrze profesora Zina. Stało się coś niekorzystnego, ale fenomenalnie, jak się potem okazało, przyjaznego dla mnie. Śnieg spadł ciężki, karczma się zawaliła, XVII-wieczna na szlaku węgierskim. Bo ja wtedy jakby otrzymałem dar od losu. Rozumiałem, że praca dyplomowa jest pewnym skrępowaniem mnie, ukierunkowaniem wspaniałym, niezwykłym ukierunkowaniem architektonicznym, ale jednak mnie to krępowało. No i tak właśnie, tak.
Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy.
No i widać, jak ludzie bezradnie tak te domy stawiają tam i siam. Burdel, proszę pana, jest nieprawdopodobny, więc mój profesor z architektury byłby zrozpaczony, jakby krajobraz zobaczył. Projektowanie krajobrazu, profesor Żywoń. Trzeba latać. Ile się da, trzeba latać. Skąd się to wszystko wzięło? Moja obecność. Nie tą ścieżką, ale tą tutaj z prawej strony podążałem na Wydział Architektury, gdzie uprzednio 2 miesiące wcześniej zdałem egzamin na studenta pierwszego roku. O architekturze wiedziałem, ale bardzo niewiele. Architektura to dla mnie przede wszystkim rysunek, ale potem okazało się, że rysunek to jest jedną z niewielu części, bo architektura to jest świat. Rysunek był moją ulubioną formą spełniania oczekiwań profesorów. No i tak minęły lata. 6 lat tutaj, ale może też 7. Wydział Architektury to jest czyste wzruszenie. Z tych studiów w zasadzie wszystko się wzięło potem w wieku moim dojrzałym. To, co nas kręciło, to te możliwości, które niektórzy profesorowie stwarzali. Nie chciałbym tego nazywać jakąś daleko posuniętą swobodą, ale coś w tym było. Inicjowanie młodych, rozgrzewanie młodych umysłów, nieuporządkowanych, ale rozgrzewanie dla porządkowania świata, bo architektura to jest porządkowanie świata. Z drugiej strony uczenie tego, co jest podstawą, a więc historii architektury. Studentów architektury, ja się do nich zaliczam też. Wielu studentów architektury zmieniało potem swoje zainteresowania, które blisko były architektury. A więc filmowcy, a więc pan Majewski, a więc pan Mrożek, który poszedł w film, ale w zasadzie w literaturę. W moim wypadku to się przemiksowało w stronę muzyki, która mi towarzyszyła równolegle. Jeden z profesorów zgodził się, żeby obrona pracy semestralnej przebiegała z Stowarzyszeniem Muzyki. Pierwszym profesorem, który zrobił wrażenie, profesor Tomasz Mańkowski. Bardzo dobry architekt. Postać, bo to była postać, ale też osobowość, niezwykła osobowość profesor Wróblewskiej. Więc to mamy do czynienia, Wydział Rysunku. Zapamiętałem profesora Włodzimierza Gruszczyńskiego. Niesłychanie pojemny umysł. Profesor Włodzimierz Gruszczyński to była postać absolutnie zjawiskowa na Wydziale Architektury. Dlaczego? Futurysta. Jeśli państwo coś mówi futurysta i futuryzm, no to było wszystko skupione w tej niezwykłej umysłowości profesora Gruszczyńskiego. Miałem przyjemność złożyć u profesora semestralną pracę, której treścią był dom posadowiony nad rzeką, strumieniem o szerokości chyba 20 metrów. Ja myślę, że jakby ten dom został zaprojektowany i ja bym tam zamieszkał, to niedługo by trzeba było czekać, abym oszalał. Oszalałbym z tego dźwięku przecież tego strumienia nieustającego i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Naturalnie pojawili się inni profesorowie, profesor Żychoń od projektowania zieleni, profesor Śmiałowski, bardzo ważny, na pierwszym roku, który porządkował nasze rozkołysane, rozgrzane umysły. Mamy tu profesora Zina, to są jego projekty. Historię architektury polskiej przekazywał w takiej estetyce, jeśli mogę tak powiedzieć, zupełnie niekonwencjonalnej. To była opowieść pełna wzruszenia na współczesne piękno zabytków architektonicznych. Towarzyszył mi jazz. Jazz, który słuchaliśmy wraz z przyjacielem po kilka godzin dziennie. Byłem pianistą jazzowym. Do dzisiejszego dnia mogę powiedzieć, że jestem pianistą jazzowym. Pojawia się muzyka i potem ta architektura odchodzi, a pojawia się Anawa i z tą Anawą wyjeżdżamy w Polskę, wyjeżdżamy za granicę, wyjeżdżamy do Monachium, wyjeżdżamy na olimpiadę. Architektura też jest takim rodzajem, takim miejscem wolności wyobraźni, wolności projektowania, które nigdy później nie może się spełnić. No szczęśliwie mnie się udawało, żeby nie traktować tego świata, nie zważać na opresyjność tego świata. Ale jeśli pan pyta, czy architektura to wolność, odpowiadam tak. Jeśli szybowce to jest wolność, to odpowiadam nie tylko wolność, szaleństwo. A przecież bez szaleństwa nie ma wzruszenia prawdziwego. Szaleństwo kontrolowane, ale jednak szaleństwo.
Że ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy.
Wziąłem temat pracy dyplomowej, renowacja, projekt renowacji i adaptacji XVII-wiecznej karczmy na szlaku węgierskim. Doktor Frazik zgodził się. Oczywiście to było w katedrze profesora Zina. Stało się coś niekorzystnego, ale fenomenalnie, jak się potem okazało, przyjaznego dla mnie. Śnieg spadł ciężki, karczma się zawaliła XVII-wieczna na szlaku węgierskim. Bo ja wtedy jakby otrzymałem dar od losu. Rozumiałem, że praca dyplomowa jest pewnym skrępowaniem mnie, ukierunkowaniem wspaniałym, niezwykłym ukierunkowaniem architektonicznym, ale jednak mnie to krępowało. No i tak właśnie, tak.
Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy.
No i widać, jak ludzie bezradnie tak te domy stawiają tam i siam. Burdel, proszę pana, jest nieprawdopodobny, więc mój profesor z architektury byłby zrozpaczony, jakby krajobraz zobaczył. Projektowanie krajobrazu, profesor Żywoń. Trzeba latać. Ile się da, trzeba latać. Skąd się to wszystko wzięło? Moja obecność. Nie tą ścieżką, ale tą tutaj z prawej strony podążałem na Wydział Architektury, gdzie uprzednio 2 miesiące wcześniej zdałem egzamin na studenta pierwszego roku. O architekturze wiedziałem, ale bardzo niewiele. Architektura to dla mnie przede wszystkim rysunek. Ale potem okazało się, że rysunek to jest jedną z niewielu części, bo architektura to jest świat. Rysunek był moją ulubioną formą spełniania oczekiwań profesorów. No i tak minęły lata. 6 lat tutaj, ale może też 7. Wydział Architektury to jest czyste wzruszenie. Z tych studiów W zasadzie wszystko się wzięło potem w wieku moim dojrzałym. To, co nas kręciło, to te możliwości, które niektórzy profesorowie stwarzali. Nie chciałbym tego nazywać jakąś daleko posuniętą swobodą, ale coś w tym było. Inicjowanie młodych, rozgrzewanie młodych umysłów, nieuporządkowanych, ale rozgrzewanie dla porządkowania świata, bo architektura to jest porządkowanie świata. Z drugiej strony uczenie tego, co jest podstawą, a więc historii architektury. Studentów architektury, ja się do nich zaliczam też. Wielu studentów architektury zmieniało potem swoje zainteresowania, które blisko były architektury. A więc filmowcy, a więc pan Majewski, a więc pan Mrożek, który poszedł w film, ale w zasadzie w literaturę. W moim wypadku to się przemiksowało w stronę muzyki, która mi towarzyszyła równolegle. Jeden z profesorów zgodził się, żeby obrona pracy semestralnej przebiegała z Towarzyszeniem Muzyki. Pierwszym profesorem, który zrobił wrażenie, profesor Tomasz Mańkowski. Bardzo dobry architekt. Postać, bo to była postać, ale też osobowość, niezwykła osobowość profesor Wróblewskiej. Więc to mamy do czynienia, Wydział Rysunku. Zapamiętałem profesora Włodzimierza Gruszczyńskiego. Niesłychanie pojemny umysł. Profesor Włodzimierz Gruszczyński to była postać absolutnie zjawiskowa na Wydziale Architektury. Dlaczego? Futurysta. Jeśli państwo coś mówi futurysta i futuryzm, no to było wszystko skupione w tej niezwykłej umysłowości profesora Gruszczyńskiego. Miałem przyjemność złożyć u profesora semestralną pracę, której treścią był dom posadowiony nad rzeką, strumieniem o szerokości chyba 20 metrów. Ja myślę, że jakby ten dom został zaprojektowany i ja bym tam zamieszkał, to niedługo by trzeba było czekać, abym oszalał. Oszalałbym z tego dźwięku przecież tego strumienia nieustającego i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Naturalnie pojawili się inni profesorowie, profesor Żychoń od projektowania zieleni, profesor Śmiałowski, bardzo ważny, na pierwszym roku, który porządkował nasze rozkołysane, rozgrzane umysły. Mamy tu profesora Zina, to są jego projekty. Historię architektury polskiej przekazywał w takiej estetyce, jeśli mogę tak powiedzieć, zupełnie niekonwencjonalnej. To była opowieść pełna wzruszenia na współczesne piękno zabytków architektonicznych. Towarzyszył mi jazz. Jazz, który słuchaliśmy wraz z przyjacielem po kilka godzin dziennie. Byłem pianistą jazzowym. Do dzisiejszego dnia mogę powiedzieć, że jestem pianistą jazzowym. Pojawia się muzyka i potem ta architektura odchodzi, a pojawia się Anawa i z tą Anawą wyjeżdżamy w Polskę, wyjeżdżamy za granicę, wyjeżdżamy do Monachium, wyjeżdżamy na olimpiadę. Architektura też jest takim rodzajem, takim miejscem wolności wyobraźni, wolności projektowania, które nigdy później nie może się spełnić. No szczęśliwie mnie się udawało, żeby nie traktować tego świata, nie zważać na opresyjność tego świata. Ale jeśli pan pyta, czy architektura to wolność, odpowiadam tak. Jeśli szybowce to jest wolność, to odpowiadam nie tylko wolność, szaleństwo. A przecież bez szaleństwa nie ma wzruszenia prawdziwego. Szaleństwo kontrolowane, ale jednak szaleństwo.
Że ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy.
Wziąłem temat pracy dyplomowej, renowacja, projekt renowacji i adaptacji XVII-wiecznej karczmy na szlaku węgierskim. Doktor Frazik zgodził się. Oczywiście to było w katedrze profesora Zina. Stało się coś niekorzystnego, ale fenomenalnie, jak się potem okazało, przyjaznego dla mnie. Śnieg spadł ciężki, karczma się zawaliła XVII-wieczna na szlaku węgierskim. Bo ja wtedy jakby otrzymałem dar od losu. Rozumiałem, że praca dyplomowa jest pewnym skrępowaniem mnie, ukierunkowaniem wspaniałym, niezwykłym ukierunkowaniem architektonicznym, ale jednak mnie to krępowało. No i tak właśnie, tak.
Na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy.
No i widać, jak ludzie bezradnie tak te domy stawiają tam i siam. Burdel, proszę pana, jest nieprawdopodobny. Więc mój profesor z architektury byłby zrozpaczony, jakby krajobraz zobaczył. Projektowanie krajobrazu, profesor Żywoń. Trzeba latać. Ile się da, trzeba latać. Skąd się to wszystko wzięło? Moja obecność. Nie tą ścieżką, ale tą tutaj z prawej strony podążałem na Wydział Architektury, gdzie uprzednio 2 miesiące wcześniej zdałem egzamin na studenta pierwszego roku. O architekturze wiedziałem, ale bardzo niewiele. Architektura to dla mnie przede wszystkim rysunek. Ale potem okazało się, że rysunek to jest jedną z niewielu części, bo architektura to jest świat. Rysunek był moją ulubioną formą spełniania oczekiwań profesorów. No i tak minęły lata. 6 lat tutaj, ale może też 7. Wydział Architektury to jest czyste wzruszenie. Z tych studiów w zasadzie wszystko się wzięło potem w wieku moim dojrzałym. To, co nas kręciło, to te możliwości, które niektórzy profesorowie stwarzali. Nie chciałbym tego nazywać jakąś daleko posuniętą swobodą, ale coś w tym było. Inicjowanie młodych, rozgrzewanie młodych umysłów, nieuporządkowanych, ale rozgrzewanie dla porządkowania świata, bo architektura to jest porządkowanie świata. Z drugiej strony uczenie tego, co jest podstawą, a więc historii architektury. Studentów architektury, ja się do nich zaliczam też. Wielu studentów architektury zmieniało potem swoje zainteresowania, które blisko były architektury. A więc filmowcy, a więc pan Majewski, a więc pan Mrożek, który poszedł w film, ale w zasadzie w literaturę. W moim wypadku to się przemiksowało w stronę muzyki, która mi towarzyszyła równolegle. Jeden z profesorów zgodził się, żeby obrona pracy semestralnej przebiegała z Towarzyszeniem Muzyki. Pierwszym profesorem, który zrobił wrażenie, profesor Tomasz Mańkowski. Bardzo dobry architekt. Postać, bo to była postać, ale też osobowość, niezwykła osobowość profesor Wróblewskiej. Więc to mamy do czynienia, Wydział Rysunku. Zapamiętałem profesora Włodzimierza Gruszczyńskiego. Niesłychanie pojemny umysł. Profesor Włodzimierz Gruszczyński to była postać absolutnie zjawiskowa na Wydziale Architektury. Dlaczego? Futurysta. Jeśli państwo coś mówi futurysta i futuryzm, no to było wszystko skupione w tej niezwykłej umysłowości profesora Gruszczyńskiego. Miałem przyjemność złożyć u profesora semestralną pracę, której treścią był dom posadowiony nad rzeką, strumieniem o szerokości chyba 20 metrów. Ja myślę, że jakby ten dom został zaprojektowany i ja bym tam zamieszkał, to niedługo by trzeba było czekać, abym oszalał. Oszalałbym z tego dźwięku przecież tego strumienia nieustającego i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Naturalnie pojawili się inni profesorowie, profesor Żychoń od projektowania zieleni, profesor Śmiałowski, bardzo ważny, na pierwszym roku, który porządkował nasze rozkołysane, rozgrzane umysły. Mamy tu profesora Zina, to są jego projekty. Historii architektury polskiej przekazywał w takiej estetyce, jeśli mogę tak powiedzieć, zupełnie niekonwencjonalnej. To była opowieść pełna wzruszenia na współczesne piękno zabytków architektonicznych. Towarzyszył mi jazz. Jazz, który słuchaliśmy wraz z przyjacielem po kilka godzin dziennie. Byłem pianistą jazzowym. Do dzisiejszego dnia mogę powiedzieć, że jestem pianistą jazzowym. Pojawia się muzyka i potem ta architektura odchodzi, a pojawia się Anawa i z tą Anawą wyjeżdżamy w Polskę, wyjeżdżamy za granicę, wyjeżdżamy do Monachium, wyjeżdżamy na olimpiadę. Architektura też jest takim rodzajem, takim miejscem wolności wyobraźni, wolności projektowania, które nigdy później nie może się spełnić. No szczęśliwie mnie się udawało, żeby nie traktować tego świata, nie zważać na opresyjność tego świata. Ale jeśli pan pyta, czy architektura to wolność, odpowiadam tak. Jeśli szybowce to jest wolność, to odpowiadam nie tylko wolność, szaleństwo. A przecież bez szaleństwa nie ma wzruszenia prawdziwego. Szaleństwo kontrolowane, ale jednak szaleństwo.
Że ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy.
Wziąłem temat pracy dyplomowej, renowacja, projekt renowacji i adaptacji XVII-wiecznej karczmy na szlaku węgierskim. Doktor Frazik zgodził się Oczywiście to było w katedrze profesora Zina. Stało się coś niekorzystnego, ale fenomenalnie, jak się potem okazało, przyjaznego dla mnie. Śnieg spadł ciężki, karczma się zawaliła XVII-wieczna na szlaku węgierskim. Bo ja wtedy jakby otrzymałem dar od losu. Rozumiałem, że praca dyplomowa jest pewnym skrępowaniem mnie, ukierunkowaniem wspaniałym, niezwykłym ukierunkowaniem architektonicznym, ale jednak mnie to krępowało. No i tak właśnie, tak.
Na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. A jestem tutaj. Tak, bardzo. No, zawsze jakiś Zawsze jakiś Woda jest. Dobra, przyniosę.
Ty już siedź. Ja może pójdę. Pójdę.
Wielkie za pomoc. Zaczynajcie. No poszedł.
Bo tu jest
Proszę Państwa, z racji starszeństwa tylko i wyłącznie
Ladies and gentlemen, hello.
Informuję, że zaczynamy sesję popołudniową.
We are
Jak zwykle
starting our
ma
afternoon
dwie
session.
części, tak, dobrze mówię.
And as usual, we'll be having
Nastąpiła
two parts
zmiana
of these sessions, and there is a
w trybie
change.
roboczym. Zmiana
So, this change
zestawu
is about the
siedzącego tutaj.
is in the
Nie muszę
makeup of
przedstawiać.
the
Osoby są znane.
persons
Mówię o
chairing this session.
tej zmianie, która nastąpiła.
I don't think I need to introduce us,
Moja skromna osoba.
including myself. I don't think I need to introduce myself to you. So we are kicking off this first part of our afternoon session.
Tak, mamy trzy referaty
And then
przed przerwą.
we're going to have three
Bardzo prosimy
papers before the next break.
Pan Renato Capozzi z
So Renato
Neapolu.
Capozzi
Bardzo
from
prosimy
Naples.
o wystąpienie.
The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. My speech regards, as in an abstract, the relation between history and design through the examination of concept of heritage, the notion of heritage. This is the main issues. For example, the etymological roots of the terms, and also the relation between the notion of heritage, legacy, and tradition, for example. Starting, first of all, of this quotation by Bernardo de Chartres related to the meaning and the value of the masters for the architectures. This reflection starting from these works, these books that I edited also with other colleagues, that focalize the reflection on the meaning of the terms. The terms in Italian patrimonio, in English obviously heritage, legacy, and so on. For example, in the very famous dictionary by on the etymological roots of the terms patrimonio, we can read father and mother, brother and sister do not constitute symmetrically pairs in the European or opposite mater. The roots is mater, no? Or pater for patrimonio. And also in Greek, father, perceives better than any other languages the meaning of member of brotherhood, a term classifying kinship. In the Italian word patrimonio, for example, as you've seen in this image, refers primarily to patrimo, or offspring, that which comes from the father. No? Is the legacy of the father. In a way, these terms could be applied to cultural, obviously, cultural heritage, architectural heritage. This book is organized, very short synthesis, obviously, in some chapter, prefacing by two main lectures. One by José Ignacio Linazasoro, one of the most important architects in the field of heritage, transformation and interpretation, and another main lecture by Silvano Tagliagamba. Silvano Tagliagamba was one of the most important philosophers that have a lot of reflection of the value of the legacy, the value of heritage, cultural, physical, architectural, and also material, also not material. The book is organized to, I think, 4 sessions. The first one regards the notion of patrimonio, the notion of heritage, and the other one connecting the terms heritage or legacy or patrimonio to a problem of architecture, the problem of dwelling, patrimonio abitare, the problem of architecture itself, what is the link between patrimonio as a values. What is patrimonio? It's a thing that has values, it's a recognizable values for a community, by a community. But also what means patrimonio, legacy, and heritage, and cities. What means heritage in the cities. And obviously, heritage and archaeology is really deep connected. The idea of heritage with the idea of archaeology, because archaeology is a reflection of on the heritage, on the arche, of the starting point of our cultures and so on. No? And obviously, this is an expansion of the meanings of the heritage to the territory and landscape. And the last one session, really important too, not directly connected to architecture and urbanism and so on, but very important for us, is the relation with pollution. Because patrimony involves pollution, the question of restoration, the question of economy, and so on. Some image of a beautiful building in Naples, Palazzo Orsini di Gravina. This was our faculty in Naples. Is a Renaissance building, very interesting. Okay, I go faster to some image. This is the essay by José Ignacio Linazasoro, Escolas Pias, very important project realized in Madrid. And this is the essay by Silvano Tagliagambe, and as you recognize this image, the house designed by Ludwig Wittgenstein for his sister. Each parts of the book have the summary in front with some image that denoting the starting point of each essay. You can see, for example, this image, very important. Oedipus that speak with Sphinx. This is my essay. This is one of the more ancient images of giant Orion that have on the top of shoulder a small man. At the end, I explain what means this image. Also for heritage and dwelling, also for heritage and architecture. For example, this image is very important. It's a project. And heritage and cities, and heritage and archaeologists. I want to underline this project. This is a project on a project of reconstruction by Giorgio Grassi. It's an attempt to solving the problem of representation, theater representation. Also, the pollution of heritage with some other most important heritage. Okay, I have to explain the rule of this image or this image. This is a fusili. This is the artist that is desperate in front of the greatness of the ancient. Because the problem is the relation with tradition. Is one of the most important problems in definition of heritage. For example, I can quote Thomas Eliot. If the only form of tradition, of transmission, consistent in following the paths of the immediately preceding generation, with blind and timid adherence to the success already achieved, tradition would certainly be discouraged. We have seen so many trickles that soon disappear into the sand, and novelty is certainly preferable to repetition. Tradition, however, is a matter of much broader significance. Tradition, and for metonymy, heritage, cannot be inherited. And if you want, you have to work hard to get it, and so on. But also this image explain what is the relation, the good relation with the tradition. We have to stay on the shoulder of the ancient, of the masters. Latin quotation by John of Sarajevo, Bernard of Chartres argued that we have like draft on the shoulders of giants, so that we can see more things and further than them, not because the sharpness of our sick or stain of our bodies, but because we sit higher and are elevated thanks to the greatness of the giant. To conclude, I show you a works on heritage. Mostly interesting for me, heritage is, I have mentioned before, the archaeological. I work on the necropolis by Cerveteri at Etruscan, important city in Italy, for this workshop, international design workshop. Some sketching. The problem is to find a right entrance to this incredible necropolis, totally excavated in tuff stone. Really amazing. But not have a clear, interesting entrances. And our project works on this possibility to use also the technique of excavation, the technique of realizing space inside the heart of the terrain of the stone as a work for tourists, for accommodation, and so on. Different possibility. Nowadays we have this street that cutting the archaeological site. The idea is to realize under this street, this is the street, the possibility on an entrances with services and a system of stairs, a system of path to go over the ruins, over this dome, is tombs, no? Really amazing tombs at the dome. But it's not just one type of tombs. We have also tomb excavated and so on in this part, for example. And also the possibility to catch the lighting from the top. Simple drawing to explain. This is the street that go up the ruins, these tombs and so on. The underground and underground levels, with the possibility to connect these two space, open space, this internal to the terrain, and this is the path that goes up. Section. You can see the possibility to reconstruct the technique of the Etruscan to cutting the stone and the possibility to have the light inside with small pyramids. And this, I think, the last image. Thank you for your attention.
Mam nadzieję, że ten
Well, I hope
Mam nadzieję, że ten trudny na pewno wykład, ale interesujący, bardzo dobrze prawdziwa, naturalna inteligencja profesora Jana Słyka wytłumaczy nam.
Po takim wstępie czuję się onieśmielony, ale z ogromną uwagą wysłuchaliśmy tego wykładu, w którym pan profesor rozszerzył nasz dyskurs o bardzo istotny chyba problem tej warstwy dziedzictwa, również architektonicznego, która ma jedynie pośredni związek z artefaktami rzeczywistymi, z budynkami. Zbiorowa pamięć, zbiorowa świadomość, fakt przeżycia powoduje powstawanie takich wzorów naszej świadomości indywidualnej, zbiorowej, która docenia wartość warstwy kulturowych, daje nam możliwość budowania nowej rzeczywistości na bazie przemyśleń, które wynikają z tych przeżyć. Mnie szczególnie dotknął ten fragment, w którym
I was personally particularly touched about the fragment where Professor drew our attention to the perhaps trivial fact that architecture performs the function for us of a place where we live. But it's not only about the functional interaction with the structure, but also a mental state that has its deep, most significant imprint on our minds. We absorb architectural structures as we live and grow older, and this contact with immaterial components of our environment is much easier if we understand the immaterial, intangible elements of our heritage embodied in our surroundings. And Professor Pawlik, would you like to add something? Well, maybe let me refer to Thomas Eliot that was quoted just a while ago, and his approach to heritage in 3 different dimensions. The heritage of a person, of a social group, and of a society as such. And as we heard, it is about the transposition of a dynamic of heritage which is not static but keeps influencing our lives. Eliot was a modernist. It could seem his attitude was the one that would be the exact opposite to what's symbolized by heritage. But he wanted to use heritage to renew the English language for the purposes of poetry, changes he wanted to introduce. And what Jan Syk, Professor Syk said, there is a connection between language, literature, poetry, architecture, and the entire cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Trafne ustosunkowanie się do
I hope that we brought something useful by our comments. So thank you very much, Professor. And now let us invite Manilo Micheletto to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for the second year being here at the conference titled this time, Architecture and History. And I want to acknowledge the organizers, of course, and also the hosting institutions for this invitation. And last year, if you were here with us, I presented one of my experiences in Africa, precisely in Kinshasa, with the tropical modernism or so-called tropical architecture examples, so built before the independence of the country. This year we move to another of my experiences in the North Africa, in Egypt. And this presentation and the research itself is titled "The Sacred Architecture of the Courtyard Typology." So I'm going to focus on a research that I conducted before teaching a design studio at the German University in Cairo about the courtyard type, reinterpreting Egyptian ancient heritage. So the idea is to refer constantly to history, to the past, so the Egyptian heritage that also is our heritage. History of the history, let us say. We are still part of this history, of this heritage. I want just to comment on also my presentations of my previous, of my colleagues. That it's true that in Italy, the relationship of our architecture is very strong and tied with history, but we are not related to historicism. So we refer to history as a tool to move forward, to build the future. So especially the idea of looking backward, studying examples of courtyard buildings was intended for me to skill enough the students in designing a new institute of archaeology in Aswan, so in Upper Egypt. And so the idea of contextualizing a new building in a very historical and dense urban fabric, it has been intended, as I said before, as a study and analysis of the past. What we can learn from the past, and which past, which history, which chapter of our history. Recently, I found this gridded sketch of Senemut, that was also a female architect of a pharaoh. And maybe you know already on the right side of the slide, of the screen, the book The Temple of Men, that this French Egyptologist at the beginning of the 20th century spent almost a decade in Luxor, analyzing the temple of Luxor, trying to identify the geometry, the proportional structure behind the construction of the temple. The theory of, that is embedded in the Temple of Man is questionable, of course. It has not been demonstrated. But what I find interesting on the image on the left side is about the meaning of this engraved piece of limestone. So you see in carving, engraving the stone, and that in this case is the face of a typical Egyptian man. They started from tracing on the stone a grid. So the grid is the first phase in coming up with an artifact, a piece of art. So for sure, also in architecture, that is the mother of all art, there was the same approach in building up, lifting up temples, not only temples. We will see. My research started well before the teaching period, and I tried to simply redraw, as a student, by the way, these case studies, starting from residential buildings, because the courtyard as a typology comes in Egypt for the first time in the residential units. Nowadays, even if you go to Aswan, to Upper Egypt, the typical Nubian house is built around a space that is an open-air space, the courtyard. Hassan Fati, if you know, if you have heard already the name of this Egyptian architect, based his own work and architecture on the Nubian architecture. Even the buildings that you may visit in Lower Egypt, so in Cairo, designed by Hassan Fati, in reality they are referring to the Upper Egypt architecture. So here you see a plan view of a palace on the left side of the screen, and on the right side a typical house in Amarna. Amarna was one of the last cities built on the delta, so in the north part of Egypt, by one of the last dynasties. It's an archaeological site that you can even visit. It is interesting how the courtyard is the core element of the structuring and ordering the construction of residential units from the simple house. And now you have to imagine that the plan view on the right side of the screen has to be multiplied by so many others, like a typical grid of a Greek city or a Roman city. It was the same in Egypt. Then I move on, understanding how these type of building have been applied also in the construction of the mosques. So now I am just jumping forward from the Egyptian era, the 30 dynasties, to the Mamluk and Ottoman era, so the Islamic invasion of Egypt. And the mosques, for example, Al-Hakim Mosque and Ibn Tulun Mosque on the right side, are based on the courtyard structure. Also the house and the first mosque of Mehmet, the prophet, was a courtyard building since the very beginning. Nowadays, if you visit Egypt, I mentioned Egypt because I live there, I work there. The mosques are no more built according to this layout, but they are just central block building. This is one of my pictures of Ibn Tulun Mosque. So you look towards the colonnade overlooking the central courtyard. Then I keep on analyzing also buildings from Upper Egypt, so the legacy from the last 13 dynasties, and different temples, Dendera Temple, Karnak Temple, Edfu Temple, and the mortuary complex of Hatshepsut, maybe one of the most famous, because in any history of architecture book you may find normally the image or a picture of the Hatshepsut temple. This is, for example, the peristyle, courtyard in Edfu temple. Again, the idea that the void, that is not a void, of course, is a space built by the colonnades, is the core element layouting the building. I move back to the late Ottoman, but also early Ottoman period with the caravanserai, or Wikela in Arabic, Al-Ghuri. A very interesting structure because around the courtyard, at the ground floor, first floor, normally were placed and located the commercial activities and the storages. And then on the upper floors, they were just installing a series of row houses with a very interesting, double high living room space. Why? Because also in these small units, each of these, mashabeya are called, these extruded elements, wooden extruded elements, is representing one unit of the row house. So if you are traveling along the Silk Road, you may stop in this caravanserai, Wikela. Your camels are placed here in the middle of the courtyard, and you have the chance to have a sort of accommodation in a hotel, in a modern hotel, or motel, if we may compare to the highways in the USA, for example. And these are the picture of the nowadays condition state of the Wikela that has been reused and readapted as a public space of the city. With the students, also we analyze some residential houses in historic Cairo. Beit el-Saimi is one of the main or well-known Ottoman houses that you may visit in historic Cairo. And not only the courtyard is interesting, that is here in the middle, in the very wealthy families of Ottoman families, the courtyard was also filled with greenery and fountains normally. But what we can see is the environmental aspects of this section. So the courtyard is not just for planting greeneries, having a fountain, so to enhance the hygrometry, the comfortability inside the spaces, but also the spaces themselves are related to the courtyard. The courtyard, so, is not just a physical space that is adapting to the context, but is also intertwined with the context. So on one side you find the summer living room that is exposed with the long axis to the north main wind. And then on the other side of the courtyard you find the winter living room. So in winter you protect as much as possible the living room from the wind coming from the north. This is a picture that I've taken during the site visit with the students in the Beit al-Saimi house, Beit al-Saimi in historic Cairo. And then we just conclude now with the outcomes of the design studio that was titled Designing the Memory. The S1 Archaeological Institute, also as Federica Visconti, I just took as reference the Francesco Venezia collage, and I added, so for me was missing a precedent. A first phase in the development of the idea of the building as a temple. So the Neue Nationalgalerie in Berlin, Paestum, and before also a Upper Egypt temple, Edfu temple in Egypt. So the idea that behind the design of a building, there is also always, a connection, a relationship, a link with this precise typology. These are, I'm going to present two outcomes from the students that were divided in groups. We visited Aswan, we visited also the temples, Philae temples and others in Luxor and Aswan, both. In this case, you see that the relationship between the site, the plot allocated for the building and the Nile River, it has been articulated according to the contours line. Now, I don't have a section, but from the level of the Nile, we may say level 0, up to the level of the street, this street, there is, of course, a hill slope. So they decided to work accordingly to the slope and also referring to the Hatshepsut mortuary complex. In this sequence of different functions that are determined by different volumes along a main axis leading to the Nile. And the last one is also a work, a grouped work, so the students have been grouped. This is pairs, so 2 students, and you see that even in this case, the curtain is the main, the core aspect, element of the composition, the overall composition of the building, of the new Institute of Archaeology. In this case, is completely open, overlooking the Nile, that is itself an archaeological element, an archaeological permanence in Egypt, in our history, in the history of architecture. I just want to conclude saying that we have seen, referring our presentation to the past, from Milan, from Gardella, from Sardinia, from Naples, from Egypt. For me, the main question that I normally challenge and ask to my students is if we are nowadays building the next heritage. And which heritage one day we will present in a conference. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy. Marek, masz jakąś
Thank you so much.
opinię?
Marek, any opinion on that?
No, zainteresowanie wysłuchałem
Well, I was
wykładu pana profesora,
very engaged in listening to professor's lecture. He referred to Egyptian courtyards, but he analyzed this transition, perhaps not formal, but transition in significance of courtyard of Egyptian temples. Initially, they had that symbolic importance. They offered protection in that climate, protection against the sun, scorching sun, and initially, though, these temples had been devoted to divine creatures, to gods, not to human beings, but in southern climate, protective approach is different. And then, Professor, you closed by saying that students or next generation should build this heritage for the future. Although these future generations, well, the future will tell us whether what we offer now will be worthy being called heritage. Well, for me, in this presentation, in this lecture, it was important to find out about the importance, the significance of an abstract and an open pattern in the concept of Egyptian archetypical presentation, so that Egyptian had was that very tangible expression of the importance of reasoning. So that is something that never succumbs to the rules of that simple Pythagorean geometry. So that is the formula of the concept, well, the pattern, well, the silhouette of a human body presented against the abstract geometric net and grid, and that refers to these orthogonal courtyards from ancient Greece through Egypt, etc. Well, there is not a single rectangular courtyard formed in these structures because we have these formal skills that speak the language of mathematics. So this way we could build some patterns, some forms which are based on deduction and that way of thinking. Well, thank you. Well, so I guess this is it, but then I have my own personal reflection from my journey. So the African Mediterranean coast offers this notion which is very foreign to Polish or even European culture. It doesn't exist a courtyard like that. Well, in that geographic area, courtyard must be protected, and you have this concept of a courtyard, offering shade, offering protection with the fountain and water offering that humid reflection. And I remember that I visited Kasbah, and I was enchanted by the space of this courtyard and how it's working in residential unit. It was so unusual, it was so different from not only Polish but European culture of living, of residential ideas. So that was this important injection that adds to the typology of European courtyards as we understand them. Thank you. And the third presentation in this part of our session comes from a team presentation. Dominika Kłośnisz-Krupa, Justyna Kobylarczyk, Michał Krupa, all from Kraków.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa serdecznie.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to our presentation. On behalf of our team of authors, I would like to present to you the results of our analyzing Dresden's architecture. So it's a game with the past. So we analyzed history and architecture of that city to present a potential impact of history and, well, struggles of Dresden on the buildings and its surroundings. So in terms of time scope, we decided to reach out to the World War II until contemporary time, and we divided that paper into 3 stages and that period. So first of all, we have, of course, World War II, then stage 2, post-war period 1945-1989, and since 1989 until contemporary time. So to talk about the architecture of Dresden after World War II, and well, we should look back at history of Dresden before World War II. So that was one of the most interesting, one of the most beautiful cities in Europe, often referred to as Florence over the Laba River. And here I'm displaying some pictures of Dresden. So before World War II, Dresden had that quite dense urban system with some representative squares and broad boulevards overlooking the river, Elbe River. And that was that Baroque period historical development. Here see pictures taken at about 900 with the railway station, the old main market square, and the Elbe River Boulevard. And then World War II. Well, this situation changed dramatically in World War II. So Allies bombarding destroyed most of the old city of Dresden. About 75% of the city was building. That happened on the night of the 13th and 14th of February 1945. All the important buildings, so the castle of Saxon princes and Marian church, all suffered and fell victim to that bombardment. So here is the view on Altstadt and the new market and ruins of St. Mary's Church. Here is another picture showing the ruins of Dresden. And this is the view over the Maria Kirche before World War II and then after the bombardment in 1945. And that is Vega, the palace that again dates back to the early 19th century. On the pictures you can see the palace before World War II and what was left of it as a result of the Allied air raid. And this is a picture showing that castle before World War II and as the result of the air raid. And after World War II, another significant period in the city's history started. So that period ranges from 1945 to 1989. Over a very short period, that is in 4 years, before the German Democratic Republic was formed, the infrastructure of the city was recreated and rebuilt that the city needed, as well as some buildings and complexes of particular importance for the city. So operations. So the Zwiger castle and the Japanese palace were partially rebuilt as some selected parts of the old town. And then, of course, architects, structuralists, and members of Dresden's elite joined the effort of reconstruction, and you can see it on these pictures. So this is the Japanese palace and Zwiger palace, which are being reconstructed. And then the German Democratic Republic, 1949, 1989. In 1949, the German Democratic Republic was formed, including Dresden within its territory. And that period included some very significant changes in the reconstruction of the city, as well as different approaches to architecture and aesthetics under the very strong influence of the USSR, and the development, rebuilding was modeled on the Soviet patterns. So in that period, broad transportation channels were built, as well as housing, residential estates, the so-called building blocks. Social realism, which was an official trend, as also in Poland, combined the decorative aspects and monumentality, symmetry, and it was to convey specific ideological messages. It emphasized the strength of the state, the role of the working class, and faith in the bright future of communism. Prager Straße is a perfect example of that. This is a very representative broad street built in Dresden between 1965 and 75, and on this picture you can see the area before 1960, then 1965, and this is 1970 when that complex was actually erected. And then this is a later period, and after 1970s, a very broad transportation and communication access for pedestrians and vehicles, with buildings of trade, commercial, and office functions. So that was the symbol of the epoch back then. with the whole area and the concept, and that is the period 1970-1990. And then the second structure, the second building that could be the symbol of that period is the palace that was erected in the very center of the old town between the old and new market. So that building was erected in 1969. So again, pictures of Kulturpalast. Note that Kulturpalast was erected in the very heart of the old town. And then, starting in 1960s, the socialistic architecture in Dresden began changing and giving room to modernism with prefabricated systems, so that large apartment building blocks could be erected and created for the population. To sum up that period in Dresden's history, one should say that first of all, it was on the one hand it was subordinated to ideology, but on the other, it followed the social functions such as wide streets were intended for parades and demonstrations, and housing estates were planned as self-sufficient units with their own schools, kindergartens, shops, and green areas. Note, however, but to a certain extent, historical buildings were neglected as well as reconstruction of the old town. And now, let us move on to the period from 1989 to the present. So after Germany's unification in 1990, Dresden architecture underwent major changes. Other centers located in the former East Germany found themselves in a new economic, political, and financial situation. So this way, that allowed a return to the reconstruction of the historical city center. So the efforts were focused on recreating these quarters in the old town, and Marienkirche was recreated, and that involved the reconstruction of the historical districts, and historical buildings were converted with new contemporary details like the Castle of Saxony Princes. New public spaces and spaces for recreation were also created, such as boulevards and walking paths over the Elbe River. So the buildings, and even new buildings, they often refer to events from the past, like the building of this new synagogue. The city continues modernizing the residential apartment buildings, block of flats that go back to the Soviet time and era of the city. So here we can see partially reconstructed parts of the city. So actually the reconstruction goes in two directions. On the one hand, it's reconstruction, but on the other hand, it's about introducing completely new architecture. It is based on the dimensions and on the sizes of the buildings that used to be there historically. And another panorama of the city, and this is a close-up, a focus on these districts which are being recreated. In my opinion, it is a very successful project in terms of historical urban planning. And this is an example of reconstruction of a historical building. So that's what it looked like in 1983, 1989, and now it's been very nicely created, rebuilt by using the debris, well, the building material dating back to World War II. And here a commercial function was added, like Altmark Gallery, a gallery, shopping gallery, which is housed in the buildings neighboring on the old square, with many open-air markets organized in that square. And now about historical buildings and introducing contemporary detail. So here I would like to refer to the Museum of Transportation and Technology. That's the building, so Dresden Transport Museums. Both were reconstruction of Johanneum, the former stables. And then we have the castle of the Saxony princes, the former castle of the Dukes of Saxony, Residenzschloss, adopted to the museum function with a very interesting roofing over the main courtyard.
Zdjęć pokazujących to bardzo duże założenie, prawda? Tu jest to przykrycie.
Few more pictures showing this very large building complex with that roofing like structure over the courtyard. And in the direct vicinity of these complexes, modern buildings and structures were erected. So there is this new synagogue building of 2009 that refers to the old buildings. It's located in the western part of the city, again over the river. When I think that this is again a very interesting example of a project. And then former military barracks were converted into Military History Museum Bundeswehr by Daniel Libeskind. So this is a classical mass of a historic building used for a contemporary function. But actually there are more modern buildings like that. This is a Congress Center, which is in the direct vicinity of the old town again, but it's a very new quality, a new type of creation in the historical space, and that design goes back to 2004. Well, as I said, the city authorities endeavor to modernize and enhance attractiveness of these very green and quite uniform types of spatial arrangements. So these are more examples of these buildings. So actually the results of our analysis clearly and unequivocally indicate the impact of these concepts on the tradition, and then there is this trend to design completely modern architecture, which I demonstrated in my presentation.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you.
Mogę ja? Tak? Dobrze. W Dreźnie byłem pierwszy raz. Nie jedyny oczywiście, ale byłem
The first time I went
na
to
drugim roku
Dresden,
studiów, czyli
it wasn't my only
w
visit to the
1959 roku.
city, but
Potem kilka razy
it was many
bywałem
years
w
ago when I
Dreźnie i
was a
też
second year
obserwowałem
student,
rozwój tego miasta.
I have had a chance to go back many times and to observe how the city has been developing.
Z nią się trzeba zgodzić po prostu.
And
Może
I believe
nawet
that
za mało zabrzmiały sprawy wpływu
to
polityki.
say that
Padło
what's been
słowo
said in
socjalizm.
here
Oczywiście
is true,
dla nas
that
wszystkich bardzo
you have
dyskusyjne są
mentioned
okresy socjalizmu.
social
Znaczy w
realism.
Polsce wiemy doskonale,
The topic is quite
jakie są granice
controversial
od do.
here because
Tutaj jak
it's
gdyby
about periodization. We know very well how long social realism lasted in Poland. But according to some, at some point, social realism really stopped being social realism as construed very strictly. So we have not lost too much of our artistic activity to social realism. And I believe that the situation was similar in Germany. I have to say that the period of social realism, or the strong influence of social realism, ended in the 1950s. And then in the 80s and in the 90s, we had to deal with commercialization. Our colleague has not shown the latest investments that are quite hard to accept in the context of this urban tissue, the very core of the Altstadt, the old town of the city. So I have one recommendation. At the very end, we saw a synagogue, very contemporary. I even went to see it once. It was erected to replace the main synagogue in Dresden. I believe it was destroyed by the Germans. It wasn't destroyed by the carpet bombing during the Second World War. This structure is very successful. Obviously, we may differ when it comes to our assessments of contemporary architecture, but the minimalism and this contemporary expression of the synagogue is amazing. So it is my recommendation, if you happen to be in that area, it's really worth it. Okay, yes, are we on time? Oh, okay. No. Okay, so let us close the first part of our afternoon session, and we will reconvene at 3:15. Excuse me? Something else? Well, according to our agenda, we have a break until 3:30. Yes, please, I apologize. Right. We will reconvene at 3:30. Please be punctual.
No i widać, jak ludzie bezradnie tak te domy stawiają tam i siam. Burdel, proszę pana, jest nieprawdopodobny, więc mój profesor z architektury byłby zrozpaczony, jakby krajobraz zobaczył. Projektowanie krajobrazu, profesor Żywoń. Trzeba latać. Ile się da, trzeba latać. Skąd się to wszystko wzięło? Moja obecność. Nie tą ścieżką, ale tą tutaj, z prawej strony podążałem na Wydział Architektury, gdzie uprzednio 2 miesiące wcześniej zdałem egzamin na studenta pierwszego roku. O architekturze wiedziałem, ale bardzo niewiele. Architektura to dla mnie przede wszystkim rysunek, ale potem okazało się, że rysunek to jest jedną z niewielu części, bo architektura to jest świat. Rysunek był moją ulubioną formą spełniania oczekiwań profesorów. No i tak minęły lata. 6 lat tutaj, ale może też 7. Wydział Architektury to jest czyste wzruszenie. Z tych studiów w zasadzie wszystko się wzięło potem w wieku moim dojrzałym. To, co nas kręciło, to te możliwości, które niektórzy profesorowie stwarzali. Nie chciałbym tego nazywać jakąś daleko posuniętą swobodą, ale coś w tym było. Inicjowanie młodych, rozgrzewanie młodych umysłów, nieuporządkowanych, ale rozgrzewanie dla porządkowania świata. Bo architektura to jest porządkowanie świata. Z drugiej strony uczenie tego, co jest podstawą, a więc historii architektury. Studentów architektury, ja się do nich zaliczam też. Wielu studentów architektury zmieniało potem swoje zainteresowania, które blisko były architektury. A więc filmowcy, a więc pan Majewski, a więc pan Mrożek, który poszedł w film, ale w zasadzie w literaturę. W moim wypadku to się przemiksowało w stronę muzyki, która mi towarzyszyła równolegle. Jeden z profesorów zgodził się, żeby obrona pracy semestralnej przebiegała z Towarzyszeniem Muzyki. Pierwszym profesorem, który zrobił wrażenie, profesor Tomasz Mańkowski. Bardzo dobry architekt. Postać, bo to była postać, ale też osobowość, niezwykła osobowość profesor Wróblewskiej. Więc to mamy do czynienia, Wydział Rysunku. Zapamiętałem profesora Włodzimierza Gruszczyńskiego. Niesłychanie pojemny umysł. Profesor Włodzimierz Gruszczyński to była postać absolutnie zjawiskowa na Wydziale Architektury. Dlaczego? Futurysta. Jeśli państwo coś mówi futurysta i futuryzm, no to było wszystko skupione w tej niezwykłej umysłowości profesora Gruszczyńskiego. Miałem przyjemność złożyć u profesora semestralną pracę, której treścią był dom posadowiony nad rzeką, strumieniem o szerokości chyba 20 metrów. Ja myślę, że jakby ten dom został zaprojektowany i ja bym tam zamieszkał, to niedługo by trzeba było czekać, abym oszalał. Oszalałbym z tego dźwięku przecież tego strumienia nieustającego i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Naturalnie pojawili się inni profesorowie, profesor Żychoń od projektowania zieleni, profesor Śmiałowski, bardzo ważny, na pierwszym roku, który porządkował nasze rozkołysane, rozgrzane umysły. Mamy tu profesora Zina, to są jego projekty. Historii architektury polskiej przekazywał w takiej estetyce, jeśli mogę tak powiedzieć, zupełnie niekonwencjonalnej. To była opowieść pełna wzruszenia na współczesne piękno zabytków architektonicznych. Towarzyszył mi jazz. Jazz, który słuchaliśmy wraz z przyjacielem po kilka godzin dziennie. Byłem pianistą jazzowym. Do dzisiejszego dnia mogę powiedzieć, że jestem pianistą jazzowym. Pojawia się muzyka i potem ta architektura odchodzi, a pojawia się Anawa i z tą Anawą wyjeżdżamy w Polskę, wyjeżdżamy za granicę, wyjeżdżamy do Monachium, wyjeżdżamy na olimpiadę. Architektura też jest takim rodzajem, takim miejscem wolności wyobraźni, wolności projektowania, które nigdy później nie może się spełnić. No szczęśliwie mnie się udawało, żeby nie traktować tego świata, nie zważać na opresyjność tego świata. Ale jeśli pan pyta, czy architektura to wolność, odpowiadam tak. Jeśli szybowce to jest wolność, to odpowiadam nie tylko wolność, szaleństwo. A przecież bez szaleństwa nie ma wzruszenia prawdziwego. Szaleństwo kontrolowane, ale jednak szaleństwo.
Że ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy. Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy. Ważnych jest kilka tych chwil, tych, na które czekamy.
Wziąłem temat pracy dyplomowej, renowacja, projekt renowacji i adaptacji XVII-wiecznej karczmy na szlaku węgierskim. Doktor Frazik zgodził się. Oczywiście to było w katedrze profesora Zina. Stało się coś niekorzystnego, ale fenomenalnie, jak się potem okazało, przyjaznego dla mnie. Śnieg spadł ciężki, karczma się zawaliła, XVII-wieczna na szlaku węgierskim. Bo ja wtedy jakby otrzymałem dar od losu. Rozumiałem, że praca dyplomowa jest pewnym skrępowaniem mnie, ukierunkowaniem wspaniałym, niezwykłym ukierunkowaniem architektonicznym, ale jednak mnie to krępowało. No i tak właśnie, tak.
Ważne są tylko te dni, których jeszcze nie znamy.
Próbowałem skłonić, żeby poszedł ale wszyscy zajęci zamiast wziąć. To jest trudne. Powinno być połączone z tamtą salą. Bardzo prosimy na salę wszystkich.
Please take your
Wszystkich,
seats.
ale przynajmniej najbardziej zaangażowanych w chęć. Tak, tych najedzonych, tak.
Encourage all of you to join our session and take your seats.
No. Aha. Tak, tak. Tak, ze zdjęć. Skała. No tak, tak. Czyli dawne jaskinie skalne, ja takie oglądałem w tuneli z kolei. Nie skalne, tak. No tak, tak, tak. Nie, tak. Zaczynamy, chociaż no jest 10 po.
Okay.
Bardzo proszę.
Let us resume.
Druga część popołudniowej
The
sesji.
second part of our afternoon
do
session,
16:50 z
and
4
we
wypowiedziami.
need to be done
Bardzo proszę, pierwszy
4:50.
mój dziekan Krzysztof Koszewski, profesor
Let me
Krzysztof Koszewski,
first
bardzo
welcome
proszę.
Dean Krzysztof Koszewski.
Znaczy mój, już nie taki mój.
Well, I said my
Ja
dean.
jako emeryt jestem
I'm already retired. So, good
To
afternoon.
rzeczywiście
Good
bardzo
afternoon,
miłe, ale
ladies and
trochę
gentlemen.
onieśmielające w gronie moderatorów jest
It
dwóch moich
is,
wspaniałych poprzedników na
wonderful to have
stanowisku dziekana
two
Wydziału
of my
Warszawskiej Szkoły
fantastic
Architektury.
predecessors, two former
Bardzo
deans
dziękuję za
in this
zaproszenie.
panel.
I
Thank you very much
z
for
góry,
the invitation.
Przepraszam Państwa tłumaczy, że na
I
początku
need to apologize our interpreters because I'm going to open with a pun. It works in Polish, it probably won't work in English. The topic of the conference is architecture and history, and I came here to tell you a story. It will be a visual narrative where both text and image play an equally important role. Everything started on the 27th of September 2012.
Nie ukrywam, że przez przypadek trafiłem
It was by accident
opuszczone już
that
londyńskie osiedle
I ended up in Highgate, an abandoned residential complex.
serię zdjęć, która
And there
jest
I took
w
some
zasadzie
photos
tematem i osią tego
that will
wystąpienia.
serve as an axis for
To,
this
co widzicie Państwo na
presentation.
zdjęciu, to jest widok
So
tego
here you can
osiedla
see the view of this
z
residential
placu
complex
Ronda
from
Elephant and Castle.
the Elephant
Niby
Castle
zwyczajna,
Square.
historia
Nothing special.
uliczna,
Regular
zwyczajny widok.
street, typical
Natomiast
view.
gdy przyjrzymy się
But
bliżej,
if you
ten
take a
budynek,
closer
który
look,
widać w tle,
the building
ma częściowo
in the
zaspawane
background
blachą okna. Natomiast
has
na samej
windows
górze, na tych
partially
dwóch
covered
przybudówkach,
with tin.
na jednej z nich jest
And
napis now, czyli teraz, na drugiej
on
here, czyli
the
tu,
one building
a
you
razem
can
tworzy to,
see
słowo
the word
po
now
angielsku
on the
nowhere,
other
czyli nigdzie.
here,
Jest to
which end
część
up
pracy dyplomowej, to graffiti
meaning
właśnie,
nowhere.
Francesco
This
Sebregotiego,
graffiti
który w Goldsmiths College w
was made by
2011
one
roku tam
of the
umieścił.
designers,
Ja teraz Państwu
graduate
pokażę,
of the Goldsmiths
kilka
College in London.
czarno-białych
Now let me
zdjęć
show you
z
a couple of
tego,
black and white
osiedla,
photos
nie komentując
of the
ich specjalnie,
residential
poza tym, co
complex
już
without
powiedziałem,
any special
a mianowicie,
commentary
że
apart
znalazłem
from
się tam w
what I have
momencie,
already
kiedy
said. And I said
Kamień
that I found myself in that place when it was probably completely abandoned. It partially occupied 10 hectares of space.
w którym
This
było
complex
1200 mieszkań,
hosted 1,200 flats and 3,000 residents, and it no longer exists. So it's a nowhere, as in the title.
Przechadzając się po tym osiedlu byłem
Walking
pod wrażeniem tych krajobrazów,
across this residential complex, I was struck by this strange contemporaneity or dystopian future with lush greenery that slowly started to took over this residential complex, reminding me of post-apocalyptic images. So I wanted to add a few chapters. The first one is the history of Highgate. It was designed by Tim Tinker,
bardzo szybko, bo po decyzji
and
lokalnego
immediately following the decision by local
Council
authorities,
w Londynie w
so
1968 roku,
the council of one of the districts in London in 68, he was supposed to develop the concept. Now the construction started in 1970 and the works ended in 1974. So this is a picture representing this residential complex when it was already partially abandoned, and I have some photos of this residential complex in 1975. So it was a typical modernist residential complex. As you can see, even window frames were in a different color, black, very modernist. If you take a closer look, it seems that also the curtains are standardized, all of them are very modernist. And obviously the complex had all of the infrastructure such as the playground that you could see, a typical modernist design, inclusive of this idea of separating traffic, car traffic and foot traffic. And Tinker, as the designer, also justified these solutions by integration. So he said that this is where people could interfere with each other. They had to meet. They were supposed to interact. So I will go back to these pedestrian bridges. Chapter 2. Declining genes. It was a modernist residential complex through and through, and it makes part of the tradition of the St. Louis residential complex designed in the 1950s, so 20 years before Highgate by Yamasaki. This residential complex, as you know very well, this is the photograph used by Charles Jenks to illustrate the death of modernism. It was blown up. Everything was immortalized in a movie, and it is an icon of the death of modernism. Interestingly, this picture was taken when Highgate was being rendered for use, so the death of modernism had been announced too early. Interestingly, at the same time, when this complex was being demolished, Highgate was being opened for use, another project by Yasaki was being rendered for use as well, and that was World Trade Center. And this building, World Trade Center building, ended its history in 2001. We know how, and that was the time when Highgate was slowly reaching the peak of its decline. But the reasons for the decline are multidimensional. So this photographic story that I wanted to share with you was only an excuse to examine this process. I have mentioned that the title of this chapter is The Decline in the Genes. This is a quote from Tim Tinker, the designer, because he talks about this modernist myth, architecture shaping people. It was a modernist myth which turned out to be quite destructive in the case of Haygarth. You know perhaps this book by Professor Alice Coleman, a British geographer who developed a type of process, or a trial rather. This is the title, Utopia on Trial. So she described it in the following way. We have a crime scene, these are the residential complexes, we have the suspects, which are the design variables, so mass, living, the number of flats, accessible from a single staircase, and so on. And finally, the proof, pieces of evidence, graffiti, trash, or the percentage of children under the surveillance or in the care of social workers. So this book has been an important resource when it comes to decision-making in the political context. Prince Charles, now King Charles, has read this book, and as we can see, Haygarth was included in it. In 1986, so 1 year after it had been published, he was on his way from Australia and he contacted the author, and then in 1986 he decided to tour modernist residential complexes in London. He used a rather indescript orange car for this purpose. So this is the political aspect that is also inherent to the decline of modernist complexes. And here we have Tony Blair. Tony Blair speaking from the balcony, you can see the picture, declared that we will no longer have these areas of hopelessness, that he wanted to restore the will of victory to the citizens of the United Kingdom. Interestingly, his predecessor, Margaret Thatcher, interpreted it in a different way. In the 1980s, he introduced the so-called right to buy, so the mass purchase of council flats, long before we introduced such solutions in Poland. This is just a side note, what we have learned from other people's mistakes. Not much. Okay, so the British Prime Minister, in his speech, declared that there will be no more no zones, zones without future, without law and order. His promises turned out to be true, because now also the other residential complex similar to Haygarth is being demolished, so it is a complete no zone. And now let me move on to yet another residential complex. In the 1950s in London, the biggest architectural studio employing 1,500 people was established. That was the architectural department of the London City Council. This is the building by Alison and Peter Smithson. This building, the icon of modernism, was demolished in March of this year. A portion of this building was purchased by the Victoria and Albert Museum and belongs to the new exposition in the museum's new site. And obviously, the resistance against such decisions also plays a part. So this is the exhibition that the residents, or actually 4 families living there at the time when I visited the place, put up together. So you can see that this is what it looks like. Chapter 3. Here I wanted to focus on one of the reasons for the situation. Let us have a look at the map. Haygarth is in the center of London. It takes 3 minutes to get to Blackfriars, to city. Highgate, or Elephant and Castle, used to be called the Piccadilly of South London. So it generated a lot of complexes and problems. And this is just the preface from Home Sweet Home. And the differences between South London and North London were gigantic. So politicians wanted to do something. And probably Highgate, the demolished residential complex, didn't fit the narrative. But obviously every single city has the better and the worse side of the river. Highgate was also the background of many films and music clips and has found its role in pop culture. We can think about the role pop culture played in the decline of this place, because the movies typically illustrated the invasions of aliens or the life of gang members. So all of the visions were quite dystopian, and hence the title From South London with Love. The last movie that was shot there, it was the movie with Pierce Brosnan. Obviously, he wasn't the person who also played in Russia with Love, but the association is clear. And one of the clips by Madonna was also shot at Highgate. It represented Highgate in a slightly better light. Now let me move on to the fourth chapter. Memory games. This visual essay that I have prepared, in fact, it shows only partial truth and very subjectively. We have an important voice of Ryszard Kapuściński. Kapuściński said that the past is silent and it is only us who let it speak. What do we feel when we look at pictures like that? And let me also refer to Julio Cortázar. It's about the bus that went to Sunion, and in his memory it was just a story told by his friend rather than an actual event. So our memory is more often the production of our brain than a reflection of reality. And finally, Juani Palasma. Ruins activate our memories and imaginations. They invite us to reflect, to dream, and to imagine. And while browsing these photos a decade or so after they were taken, I'm thinking about this aesthetics of decay, decline, and to what extent it is able to dominate all other memories, erase them. These pictures, photographs, are treated by us as proof of the past, as a moment frozen in time. But it is a subjective point of view that always imposes a specific narrative. So let me show you once again the skywalks that provided access to staircases. That was interpreted as one of the reasons for the degradation of the residential complex because of the lack of control of what is happening on the ground. People were detached from the ground, were indeed meeting on the skywalks, but what happened below was crime. Chapter 5. In all cases of this kind, there is the question of blame. Who is to blame? The residential complex was evaluated, was approved by local authorities, and in 1998, well, the technical condition of the complex was fine, but it was demolished nevertheless. The residents disappeared. Who? And is it really so? We architects are quick to assume guilt, but how much and to what extent it is the architect's fault? Let us have a look at these pictures. Something indeed went wrong. Okay, this photograph doesn't seem to be loading. It's a different portion of visual narrative, because what I wanted to show you is that what the complex was replaced with. So there are buildings designed by architects that received awards. I visited the place once again 2 years ago. It seems all well designed, but residents disappeared.
Problemy techniczne. Zdjęcia się zagubiły.
Technical issues. Pictures got lost.
Mogę opowiedzieć, co na nich było i w zasadzie to zrobiłem.
Okay, I actually described to you what was in them, so let me go back. Let me go back to my starting point. The initial picture.
Widokiem z Elephant and Castle.
The view with Elephant Castle.
Podsumowania, które odnosi się do tego, że w bardzo
And the
krótkim czasie
conclusion.
bardzo trudno byłoby mi
It would be very difficult for me to tell you about all of the reasons for which this complex disappeared. This photo essay is just a contribution, starting point for a discussion. And for me, it started with an accidental visit involving discovery of subsequent layers, meanings that this complex has accrued. Well, we destroyed something that perhaps could have continued to work. The images provoke nostalgia, but also sadness. Something was destroyed. But it is a simplification. Everything is much more complex. This is the map of this area that shows the wood damages. Things in color were damaged, the remaining ones in good condition. The Haygate is in orange. In the 70s, other buildings had to be demolished to construct this residential complex, so nobody is free from guilt. You know a Polish book, Chłopcy z placu Broni. If you found an architect among the protagonists, someone who designed the building that served as the center of the world for the children, that would not be a hero. But nobody denies that the building had to be erected. And finally, two charts. This is the chart which shows us the direction of migration of the people who used to rent flats in the residential complex, and here the migration of the people who received compensation for the flats they owned in the complex. So they didn't get enough money to live in the neighborhood. Other flats were 5-6 times more expensive. And finally, chapter 6. The ruins of tomorrow. It's something we can think of in the context of Haygate. Haygate is a ruin. I was the last
historii architektury starożytnej.
I belong to the last year of students who were taught by one of the professors. This is the temple that professor showed us, the one to which Julio Cortázar traveled by this imaginary car. He asked us, is it a ruin? No, it's not a ruin. These are not remnants of any building. This is pure beauty. Let us imagine now that we have a ready-made building that has survived untouched for centuries. In such a case, this heroism of survival inherent to ruins would disappear, would be dispelled. And I think that professor was right. The permanence of these columns that are touched by time has something heroic to it. And the final two slides. The picture illustrating the collapse of World Trade Center, dust, smoke, and the remnants of the building. So we may ask ourselves, what are contemporary ruins? Are there ruins? Maybe it's just asbestos, dust. Maybe our houses simply disappear, they collapse because they have to. Okay, I had one more slide prepared for you. It shows you something that you already know very well, what the World Trade Center towers were replaced with. Empty space. And I believe this is the best metaphor of contemporary ruins. The emptiness, the sense of loss, speaks to us more than the remnants of the buildings, like the Poseidon temple. Well, that's all that I have prepared for today. I still had a few pictures of Highgate, but we are experiencing some technical issues. So let me just tell you that my today's presentation is the topic of the book that was published just a month ago by the National Institute of Architecture. I took it with me and I tried to summarize what I wrote in it and most importantly what I showed in it, because the 3/4 of the book is graphic. These are pictures. Before I hand over the mic to the next speaker and to Professor Pabich, we are both from Warsaw and we feel excluded from the further discussion. We have excluded ourselves. But before I invite the next speaker, let me tell you something about my reflections. It's a good thing that Professor Koszewski mentioned his book, but maybe not all of you know that photography is his passion. He takes fantastic photos, not only documentary photos, but he keeps observing contemporary architecture. And I always say it's a pity he publishes his books so rarely. It's so pity that he doesn't show his pictures of latest contemporary architecture. This is my first reflection, and let me move on to the next one. The pictures of World Trade Center. I have to say that in 1988 I went to World Trade Center and I went there again 10 days after the attack. It was the only time when tourists were actually allowed so close. And I have pictures of the ruins of World Trade Center. These weren't ruins of ancient Greece or Rome, but simply bent steel, a lot of steel and steel mesh. The odor was still very strong. There was a lot of smoke because it was 8 days after the attack. And what I thought is the following. This ruin made of bent steel should be left there as a monument. In the end, we have Canterbury, Hiroshima, where we left the remains. Also, in my city, in Warsaw, we have some remnants of this type, like in Żytnia Street, but most of them were destroyed, including the famous house at the corner of Świętokrzyska with this caption, "No." I remember that it still existed when I was a student. Okay, Professor Pabiech, would you like to add something?
Ja też może się podzielę refleksjami.
I also have a couple of reflections to share.
Można słuchać zapartym tchem.
I love listening to Professor Koszewski.
Rzadko mamy okazję do wysłuchania, ale
it is a rare occasion that we can hear him speak.
Przy okazjach różnych w kraju, za granicą, gdzieś czasami bywa.
But during different conferences in Poland and abroad, he always shares with me what he has noticed, what his camera has noticed.
Zawsze dojrzy coś, czego tak naprawdę
and he always catches something that an average person doesn't see.
Wieloplanowość danej sytuacji.
The multi-dimensional nature of specific situations. His pictures are often black and white.
Nie są ubarwione. Mówię tutaj dosłownie.
They are not colored.
Pokazują rzeczywistość.
They show our reality as it is.
Pryzmat tego, co czuje.
But they show it through the perspective of Professor's feelings. And you can see it. You can see it clearly.
Zachęcam do rozmów. Z profesorem,
I encourage you to talk to Professor Koszewski, who has many interesting things to say and to show.
Może troszkę retoryczne, ale zadam w tej chwili pytanie.
And I have a question, maybe a rhetorical one. You quoted the author of the project.
Obrazku z 2014 lub 16
I think in pictures from 2014 or 15, and he said that the architect is not a god. He is not a god that shapes reality.
Ale tylko może ją modyfikować. Tylko, że to jest
An architect can only modify reality.
Upadku tego osiedla.
But this quote comes from the period when the residential complex has already reached the moment of decline. It would be interesting to learn what he thought when designing it. One of the chapters was entitled Who and What. I believe it was something like that. Who's behind it?
To nie zależy już od człowieka, to zależy od ideologii, która wpływa na
usually it's not a man, it's the ideology.
Jak zabierał się za projektowanie.
I wonder what did the author think when he designed the complex.
Profesor mnie wykluczył, ale ja się odkluczyłem.
Okay, so I decided to say something anyway. Let me share one personal reflection.
Ona jest może też dlatego, że czasem z Krzysztofem na ten temat rozmawialiśmy, czy rozmawiamy.
We talk about it with Krzysztof
nie chcę w ogóle
Koszewski.
wchodzić w tę narrację o
I don't want to go deep into the narrative about the life cycle of cities, buildings.
się fascynować tym.
It's a fascinating topic.
Ja o samej fotografii Krzysztofa
I want to focus on the photographs by Krzysztof and about the photography by architects and the importance of photography for understanding architecture and what surrounds us. One of the features of ruins is that there are no people in them. I mean, until they become a tourist attraction. And it's something architects like.
O której czasem warto podyskutować, czy my
So
trochę nie mamy skrzywionego wyobrażenia. My wszyscy, ja tu nie mówię o dokumentowaniu stanów, tylko
I don't mean about documenting something that exists, but about design. We focus on shapes, on forms, on sceneries, but not on the actual life that's there. And Krzysztof has shown us how dramatic it can be, how much it affects our memory and everything that's around us. So whenever we ask Photoshop and artificial intelligence to remove all the people from the scene, we should stop and think.
Odsłanianie tych budynków
showing the buildings themselves, is it a good idea? Maybe we should do the opposite.
Krzysztof, bardzo prosimy o króciutką odpowiedź.
Krzysztof, maybe you could respond very briefly, share your reflections, because we don't have time for a full-fledged response. Well, removing people from designs is a response to GDPR regulations. What did Finka think? I think he thought the same as other architects who worked at this gigantic architect's office at the London Council. They were idealists. They were people who experimented on people in the way. But if you think about designs in London from that period, it was one huge laboratory. People such as Goldfinger, who were designers, architects, really had to feel the mission. They felt needed because the demand for flats was huge, and there were as many new flats erected in Great Britain at the time as in Poland. So they felt they could change something. And because of that, this modernist sense of having impact on humans' lives was really put to practice. The people who moved into Highgate at the beginning of the 1970s, because I studied them as well, they were really happy to have bright flats with toilet, with running water. So we tend to look to the West as a model. Whoever went to London and knows what the living conditions are, understands that the living conditions can still be quite poor. For instance, if you live in a basement and have very little daylight. And in the 1970s, there were still some traces of the war because London was heavily bombarded. So people who moved into these buildings, for them, it was a huge change for the better. And the architects who designed the buildings felt they participated in this change, and they really felt the sense of agency. Thank you very much. Thank you. I believe that the additional comments have provided us with extra value. Well, okay, we are running late, so let us stick to the time. And now let me invite Wojciech Niebrzydowski, who will talk
Bardzo dziękuję za umożliwienie przeprowadzenia swojej prezentacji.
Thank you so much for allowing me to take floor among such distinguished guest participants. So again, I'll be talking about residential architecture, perhaps the most monumental part of it. So monumentalization of architecture in the second half of the 20th century. According to the dictionary, monumentality means magnificence, grandeur, and durability. For centuries, the quality of monumentality was attributed to buildings with prestigious functions such as temples, theaters, libraries. However, in the 20th century, riding the wave of humanism, the importance of residential building increased. The everyday lives of people concentrated in such buildings became a determinant of creative activities and acquired a symbolic status. This work aims to present and characterize the phenomenon of monumentalization of residential architecture in the second half of the 20th century. I based my research on analyzing some selected multi-family residential buildings representing various architectural trends in different countries. But I based my work on the characterization of the concept of monumentality in architecture as presented in the manifesto 9 Points on Monumentality, published in 1943 by Joseph Le Cerf, Jean Leger, and Siegfried Vedium. And I also referred to some challenging statements by Leon Krier on the theory of modernism as presented in his publications from the last quarter of the 20th century. No doubt the monumental architecture was going through a crisis in the early 20th century. Joseph Arnold announced death of monuments, and he claimed that contemporary buildings aspiring to the title of monumental ones demonstrated a fascination with the past rather than the new values. The authors of Manifesto 9 Points on Monumentality largely agreed with Mumford's theses. Sertleger and Gedeon announced it in 1943 during World War II, and they predicted that the post-World world would foster profound and radical changes in architecture and urban planning. They consider the creation of monuments in architecture to be one of the most important tasks of modern architecture after the war. The first 2 points of the manifesto essentially contributed to the basis for the definition of monumentality in architecture. They read as follows: monument were human landmarks which men have created as symbols for their ideas, and they are intended to outlive the period that originated them and constitute a heritage for the future generations as such that form the link between the past and the future. Then monuments are the expression of men's highest cultural needs. They have to satisfy the eternal demand of people for translation of their collective force into symbols. The most vital monuments are those that express the feelings and thinking of its collective force, the people. The authors of the manifesto then emphasized the symbolic significance of monuments. They were intended to reflect the aspirations of societies and build a moral and cultural identity. They believed that only the epoch that would create that unifying culture was capable of creating a monument. They saw that potential in the coming period. They demanded that fast developing cities should have their urban planning activities correlated and harmonized with other activities. The principles contained in the 9 points on monumentality had certainly a significant impact on the development of post-war architecture and urban planning. It was only postmodernist ideas that led to the undermining of some of them. Leon Krier, who represented the conservative wing of postmodernism, argued that only certain functions of buildings predisposed them to monumentality. And here he did not include the residential function to such functions. He emphasized the only building types that have developed throughout the years evolved, quote, until they have reached their proper, that is, logical and rational form, unquote, can have a symbolic meaning. He wrote that for traditional cultures, imitation is a way of producing objects that were unique yet similar. He contrasted them with modernist cultures in which invention, innovation, and discovery were the utmost goal and primary goal. So let me now present several examples to support my thesis. As Sartre, Leger, and Gideon predicted, after World War II, changes in the organization of community life in the city followed. In rapidly developing countries, comfortable living in an impressive buildings became a social idea in a work of architectural genius, and that was reflected in residential buildings that could be attributed with the features of architectural monuments. It is clear that they represented a small part of all residential buildings, but their existence became a real cultural need to people. The first post-war residential building characterized by monumentality could be Unité d'habitation in Marseille, designed by Le Corbusier. It was full of emotions, and that concept was rooted in its strong form and sizes. So its height 56 meters and length 165 meters made the building domineering over its surroundings. And then now, when equally large structures were erected in their area, the impact of the size diminished. However, the impact of the material is continuous. So concrete is exposed in all elements of the building, and it was treated as a natural material without any meticulous processing, leaving all the textural defects visible. So the Le Corbusier also intended to be a reference to monumental historical architecture, creating a link between the post-war era and the past. Le Corbusier wrote, "Have you never noticed that the stones in the walls of cathedrals and palaces are irregular and crooked, and mistakes have been left out or even emphasized? Perhaps you don't notice these things when you look at architecture." Large dimensions of buildings undoubtedly play a role in creating a sense of monumentality. And here we have this particular significance of vertical orientation, which also carries symbolic meaning. Well, these are characteristic features of skyscrapers growing massively after World War II. So let me give you just some examples, like Mesa van der Rohe in Chicago, monumental high-rise buildings in Chicago. So undoubtedly that reflected the spirit of contemporary America. Well, rectangular shapes of the building, the rectangular divisions of the glass facades. However, due to the spread of this type of aesthetics, they quickly became trivialized. A significant portion of the U.S. society back then expected more expressive forms with more individual nature. And that was responded to by Frank Lloyd Wright, a U.S. architect who built this Price Tower in 1955. The Price Tower soon became the symbol and the landmark of that small town of Bathersville in in Oklahoma. So the building was building, as we may guess, on diagonal plan, and we have that twisted plane, and the facade also features a rich array of details. So that was one of the high-rise buildings in this urban landscape. And similarly to Dean, well, let me walk in his footsteps in London. So Dennis Keeling House in London, low-rise brick buildings. So again, London was experimenting with internal structure of habitable high-rise buildings. So Dennis Laston called his type of high-rise building the cluster block. The most famous structure of this type that exists until now in London is located in Bethnal Green district. That's the Keeling House, which consists of the main circulation core, which you cannot really see on this picture because we have three diagonally oriented wings, and then we have other high-rise buildings built in 1960s, at the early 1970s. These are Bathroom Tower and Trillic Tower. They refer to the epoch of brutalism that left a profound mark on the British capital. In the last 20 years of the 20th century, other buildings were erected, like this building in Malmö that was supposed to have several aspects and meanings. So this symbol was to transform Malmö's western harbor. It was to signify the rapid development of the city and the country. And it was to symbolize the unity of all Scandinavia as it was located near the modern Öresund Bridge. So the question is whether vertical orientation and significant height are essential to being considered a monument. According to Creer, there is this vertical skyscraper and horizontal earth scraper category. Well, so this is a sarcastic statement, but you may claim that there are some architectural monuments with a horizontal orientation, like for example Pedro Guyo Estate in Rio de Janeiro, which is a long horizontal residential buildings towering among other block buildings in that area because it is located on the top of a hill. The formal strength of the structure comes from its shape, which resembles a ribbon winding in accordance with the topography of the terrain. Although Creer criticized the pursuit of discovery and innovation, for much of the 20th century it was in fact one of the humanity's most important collective goals. Therefore, architectural work inspired by this pursuit often became monuments. Many avant-garde architectural ideas remain solely in that design phase, so that, for example, also applies to the Japanese metabolism. So we have this full invention and modern nations presentation and picture. Then we have that Nakagin Capsule Tower in Tokyo. It was one of the best examples of such metabolist monuments. The building does not exist. Then we have Habitat 67 in Montreal. That was the result of an unfinished experiment. Moshe Safdie designed a structure that combined architectural and urban scale, consistent with the message of 9 points of monumentality. So no compromise urge to achieve innovation Well, that was connected with the beginnings of postmodernism. In a way, it was a response to the need to return to the plural aspect of naturalism. So architects were planning that return to human scale, but it doesn't mean that the idea of monumental residential houses was completely abandoned. In the early 1980s, two housing complexes that demonstrated that were built in outskirts in Paris, in the Espace d'Abraxas, designed by Ricardo Bofill. The accumulation of references to ancient architecture is overwhelming, and not far from that location we have Arenes de Picasso complex designed by Manuel Núñez Janowski. The precast concrete elements used in its construction, like the buildings themselves, have unusual shapes, and their historical style shaped and influenced structures are now hardly recognizable. Then we have trends of the late 20th century constructivism, and here we have two pioneers and chief representatives of these trends. And then we have another residential complex, Neue Zollhof in Düsseldorf, completed in 1998 by Frank Gehry. Then we have another Viaduct Housing Hospital in Vienna. So this one was erected above the state-of-the-art model train flybridge, and we have the certain position and planning style. The whole plan resembles Zaha Hadid. So on the basis of available plans on residential architecture from 1942 to the year 2000, monumental buildings can be found in all trends and tendencies. They have a lot in common, so they are of a large size, their form is oriented, but also horizontal or diagonal levels are also possible. They are very well exposed in space, so it would be usually a standalone building, expressive, strong forms, based on the character, and repeatability undermine that unique nature of the works. Thank you.
Dziękujemy bardzo za dodanie do naszej
Thank you very much
dyskusji
for adding
tego wątku
this concept, this
monumentalizmu.
information
Oczywiście
on
ta
monumental
dyskusja,
building to
co
our
jest
debate.
architekturą monumentalną, trwa
So
do
we have
dzisiaj,
this
właściwie będzie
debate
zawsze
about the
trwała.
core and the
Jako
very
dowód
concept
tylko
of monumental
tej
architecture. So
zmienności
that comes only
poglądów co
as
do
the
czym jest
proof or
monumentalizm
the
w architekturze.
evidence
Oprócz
demonstrating
tutaj prezentowanych
individual approach and monumental
wysokich i
trends
dużych,
in architecture.
niskich, prawda? To co Reidy w Rio pokazał.
So that's what Reidy demonstrated in Rio.
Taka drobna uwaga, że
Just one small comment here.
o architekturze sakralnej,
When we
do
speak
architektury
about sacral
monumentalnej
architecture,
zaliczają się również te elementy znaczeniowe, oprócz sakrum.
Architecture
Element znaczeniowy ma
includes
swoje
also
bardzo
such
ważną
elements
rolę. Na przykład to są kaplice
that have
cmentarne,
that
czy nawet
specific
duże
meaning.
nagrobki na
These would be
cmentarzach. Czyli bez
cemetery
wielkości,
chapels or
one poprzez
even
swoje
like
znaczenie
tombstones
też są
in
monumentalne.
cemeteries,
Musimy o tym pamiętać,
because
bo ta dyskusja
the size is one thing,
dobrze, jeśli
but we
dyskusja
need to
jakaś nie
look
jest
at
zamknięta.
the importance. So
dyskusja o
perhaps
monumentalizmie
we should
trwa i
leave this
dlatego
debate
podziękowałem,
on
że ten
monumentalism
wątek
open, and
doszedł
this is
tutaj
why
w naszej
I was so
dyskusji
grateful
o tym dzisiejszym
that
temacie.
we have that
dalej,
matter
musimy nadrabiać
touched
troszkę.
in this part of this
Dobrze, bardzo
conference.
proszę
So let us move
panią
on.
Oliwię
So
Longo
now
o
Olivia
wypowiedź.
Longo from Brescia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this invitation. It's a great pleasure to participate in this interesting conference. Okay. Every city has its own unique building that tell the story of its place. Knowing this history helps us appreciate our heritage more. It also helps us include important parts of the past in new buildings, creating a link between old and new. Respecting local traditions when designing makes projects more meaningful and the city more special. Blending tradition and innovation keeps the city's character alive and makes people proud of where they live. Recognizing the history in architecture helps develop modern cities that are still connected to their roots. Designing buildings and cities in complex and involves lots of different things. It's important to understand the culture, history, society, technology, and the environment. The history of architecture is helpful because it shows how styles and building methods have changed over time. In cities, new buildings need to fit in with the existing ones, even the old ones. Using history and culture in modern design helps create a sense of continuity. It guides architects in choosing the right materials, shapes, and functions. Back in 1966, Gregotti explained how history influences architecture. He said there are 3 levels of historicity. All 3 levels shape the design. Understanding them helps architects build with respect for the past, but also relevant to today. It encourages thoughtful planning that considers the building's role in the city's history. The first level is the history of the building site, its past, and what it means. The second is the history of architecture itself, like how styles have changed over time. The third is the personal history of the architect, what they've experienced. Place and space are important in architecture. Heidegger said that space is a defined area, like a boundary. The Greeks say space as a realm, a specific area set aside. It's not empty. It has meaning because of its limits. Places give meaning to spaces. For example, a house isn't just a shell, but a place full of memories. Dwelling somewhere means feeling at home and connected to a place. Even when we leave home, we carry the idea of it inside us. Our memories of places shape how we see and perceive spaces, and they help us feel part of the city. Bachelard looked at how people see and experience space through the poetics of the house. He believed that our feelings and dreams shape how we imagine and use our homes. A house is more than just a place to hide. It reflects what's going on inside us. We remember our favorite spots that give us comfort and safety. This Imagined spaces are connected to our memories and emotions. Bachelor's ideas show how people form emotional bonds with the space around them. Our view of space is influenced by our feelings and dreams. Architects can design places that really connect with people's inner world, making them more meaningful and welcoming. Architecture combines art and science. It needs creative ideas and technical know-how. Carlos Martí-Ariz believed that this can be done using Karl Popper's scientific method called falsification. It encourages testing ideas through observation. So architects start with a problem, come up with a hypothesis, then test and improve them. This process involves learning and making ongoing adjustments. Both art and science require imagination and experimentation at the same time. This helps architects find innovative solutions that are both logical and creative. Science and art in architecture are connected but have different souls, of course. Science uses hypotheses and experiments to test ideas. Art relies on imagination and personal interpretation. Popper's method helps architects explore and improve their ideas. Architecture is practical, solving problems based on the site's initial conditions, but it also involves creative principles and abstract ideas. Understanding both helps architecture grow as a mix of logic and imagination, making it a meaningful art that meets real needs. This way of understanding scientific progress also involves some virtues. For Popper, the perfect scientist has two sides: the creative, artistic side and the strict, skeptical side. The creative side relates to phase 1 and the skeptical testing side relates to phase 2 of scientific progress. The conjecture of problem-solving phase, where scientists propose a go-ahead testable hypothesis. The refutation or falsification phase, where they rigorously attempt to prove the hypothesis wrong through observation and experimentation. Science progresses through repeating cycles of making the conjecture and trying to falsify it. If a hypothesis survives, it is temporarily accepted, but it must be abandoned or modified if it is falsified by evidence. Language is important in architecture. Martí-Ariz used to say that words helps us understand ideas through experience. Words like door or windows, for example, are universal. They help architects develop design rules by categorizing elements. Language allows us to test ideas in a systematic way. Architects analyze data and ideas to improve their project. Language also helps turn complex situations into clear principles. It guides innovation within an existing historical context. Architecture shows the culture and the era it was built in. Knowing the local history helps designers pick the right shapes and materials. Gregotti said that writing and teaching architecture are important for understanding the story of a place, and that architects need to think carefully about their work. Good architecture balances respecting the past with solving current problems. It's all about a dialogue between the site, the materials, the culture context. In architectural and urban design, Gregotti's settlement principle links a building to its location. It considers the land, history, and culture. Gregotti believed that architecture should respond to the issues and the history of the site, and the local materials have meaning and should be used thoughtfully. This approach results in buildings that fit well with their surroundings. It enhances the landscape and respects local tradition, honoring the past and creating harmony. Oh, sorry, disappear? Oh. Sorry, we don't have the image. In the case of Parma, for example, Gregotti's design approach is based on three main rules: unity of material, variety of shapes, and connection between different types of buildings. He uses local bricks because of their strength and consistency. Every part follows ideas of simplicity, order, organic quality, and precision. Gregotti points out that architecture isn't about making things simpler, but about handling complexity through careful planning. Precision means setting clear rules for each part, making sure everything fits together as a coherent system. Order is about creating rhythm and meaning, so the design idea becomes visible and real. This way of working helps build a stronger sense of identity in the project. There isn't the image, I'm sorry. The last, so I conclude, to stop architecture from becoming boring or too influenced by trends, it's important to find the right balance between different cultural styles and what a place needs. The idea of order is fundamental. It stops designs from just being random repeats or random variations. Louis Kahn's word about order and form remind us that architecture should keep its identity, even in a society that's all about uniformity. The goal is to create buildings that matter and stand out, ones that really reflect their core idea. This means understanding how tradition and innovation go hand in hand, making sure new designs respect the past while looking to the future. By blending different cultural influences and local conditions, architects can create work that feels rooted yet forward-looking. In this way, architecture stays a meaningful and consistent way to express human life, resisting frivolous trends and holding on to its integrity over time. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy bardzo za podjęcie bardzo ważnego tematu, zarówno dla Krakowskiej Szkoły Rysunku Architektonicznego i dla Warszawskiej Szkoły Rysunku Architektonicznego. To są zupełnie różne dwie szkoły. Kiedyś tutaj w Krakowie wygłaszałem taki referat o różnicach między tymi szkołami i ale dziękujemy bardzo za element warsztatu naszego profesjonalnego.
Paper. And before I invite yet another person,
Tylko taka informacja, bo zapomnę za
Let me
chwilę,
share
że
with you an
jakieś 2
important
miesiące
piece of
temu Janusz
information.
Szepler,
I
świetny
believe
rysownik i
that
obecny
a month
naczelny
ago,
architekt,
an
główny
excellent
architekt Krakowa, wydał
designer
książkę o rysunku architektonicznym
from
Puszka Maka.
Krakow,
W zasadzie jest to
Janusz
właśnie ten sam temat, historia rysunku
Sergio
architektonicznego.
published his book,
Od starożytnych
History
czasów
of
aż do
Architectural Drawing until today, from antiquity to today.
Dziękując za ten referat, chciałem
Thank
się
you very
podzielić
much
taką
for this
refleksją, która jest w
paper.
jakiś sposób spójna dla
I wanted to
wszystkich
share a
prezentacji, które
thought
tutaj
that
podjęliśmy.
I think is common to the three
Jakoś tak
papers
się
we have
szczęśliwie
heard so
może
far.
złożyło, że wątkiem wspólnym,
Luckily,
który się przewija tutaj jest
one common thread
jeśli
is
sięgniemy do
memory.
źródłosłowa,
If we go back to the origins, etymology of the word monument,
to jest ogólnie rzecz ujmując rzecz godna zapamiętania.
a monument is something that's worth remembering.
Żeby nieść
So the
przekaz,
point of
który
a
jest
monument
związany
is
z
to
pamięcią
carry
zbiorową
a message that
No i
belongs to
teraz w
the
kontekście i tych przykładów z drugiej
common memory.
prezentacji i w jakimś
And
stopniu
the second presentation, and to some extent even the first one, this residential complex,
ale szczególnie tej ostatniej
but
prezentacji,
the last
mam
presentation
takie,
in particular
taką refleksję,
have
o
motivated
czyją
me
pamięć nam tu chodzi.
to ask,
I czy my, architekci, czasem
whose memory is
widzimy
it?
tylko część
And maybe
rzeczywistości,
we,
która nas
architects,
otacza, a
see
jeśli
the reality
przywołamy
only
tę
partially.
taksonomię Gregottiego,
And if we refer to
ja
the
już mam tutaj
taxonomy
takie
of
poczucie bardzo ostrego,
Gregotti,
modernistycznego
this is a strong
wyrywkowego widzenia
modernist,
świata, w którym istotne
fragmentary perception of the world. So the architect needs to see where he designs, what is the typology that he uses, including the awareness and their own identity. Well, great, perfect, but how about the people? How about the people who will live there, who will use the effects of our architectural work? In the case of the typologies as discussed by Professor Kuczynski, so commemorative sacral architecture, well, in that case, we can capture our collective memory and equip it with the language of symbols that is used for our self-identification. In the case of a contemporary residential complex, I believe it is quite unethical to make it monumental, because it means building a monument to yourself. And in a democratic society, one should take account of the needs, very diverse needs of the people who will live there. Maybe people who will come there even later on, will bring with them other ideas, completely different identities. So I believe that sometimes we are not architects of pure art, we are not poets creating or composers who are testimonies of our artistic mastery. We are not to stun the world, but serve. And maybe we should think about someone else's memory instead of just our own. Yes, right, mea culpa. As moderators, we are running very, very late. And finally, we have a paper by a special international team. Please let me welcome to the stage representatives of Kyiv, Łódź and Brna, Iwaszko, Dimitrenko, Pawłowska, Tischler.
Delegat całego zespołu, tak?
One speaker to represent them all.
Szanowni Państwo, najpierw gorąco dziękuję Politechnice Krakowskiej za kolejne zaproszenie naszego zespołu do udziału w konferencji. To dla mnie i dla moich kolegów już wieloletnia taka bardzo miła, przyjemna tradycja. Prawda, niestety teraz przyjeżdżam tylko ja, ponieważ kolega...
Fortunately, it is only me who could make it here, while my colleague, Mr. Dimitrienko, could not leave Ukraine because he's a man, and well, that's what limits him. And another colleague has underwent a surgical intervention, and another colleague, she's in the process of obtaining her scientific degree. So I'll be discussing and presenting an interesting topic, which is at the crossroads of architecture, culture, and art, and unfortunately also with our history of our country. So I try to be fast because I understand that the time is late.
The development of Orthodox architecture in Ukraine, 6th, 19th centuries. Na planszy można będzie szczegółowo zobaczyć te teksty.
On the screen, well, on the abstract, you can see the text. And let me wrap up quick.
10th, 13th centuries and Baroque 17th, 18th centuries are rightfully considered to be those in which the flourishing or decline of Orthodox architecture was determined exclusively by political events. Kievan Rus structures belong to the following three periods, each of which has its own characteristics. With own characteristics. The baptism of Rus, borrowing from Byzantium the experience of masonry construction, centralized power, and the states flourishing during the rule of Volodymyr and Yaroslav, enabled large-scale church construction. Na tych rysunkach, na tych zdjęciach można zobaczyć przykładowo nasze znakomite pamiątki od czasów Rusi Kijowskiej. To
memorabilia going back to the time of Kiev, Ruthenia. So Saint Sophia Cathedral. So this is the first period of the so-called Kiev Ruthenia. So this is the main tradition of decoration and ornaments and construction in that first period. And here, further on,
przykładowo, jak wyglądały
you may see some examples of buildings of the second period in the history of Kiev Ruthenia. So after Prince Yaroslav's death, fight for reigns began among his relatives and children. So these temples and shrines were smaller with one dome, and they were no longer ornamented with mosaics. And then there was this third part, third section, so it was the collapse of the Ruthenian and Kiev Ruthenia, so it was fight with the Mongols and the destruction of Kievan Ruthenia. So at that time the country, well, the state was weakened. So this is Saint Paraschiv church. So you may see that this building, this place is relatively small with 4 pillars and 1 dome, and its scale was relatively smaller. So what's the difference between the buildings, where the structures of the first and the third period of Kievan Ruthenia? And then we're speaking about the main features, characteristic features.
Kievan Rus architecture are as follows. The genesis of church from a volumetric spatial composition with a horizontal vector of development, a certain squareness due to a large number of naves, a perimeter extension of galleries and numerous domes, to a composition with a vertical vector of development, verticality due to feather naves, a single dome, and the absence of perimeter extensions. A departure from ideological and politically determined monumentality and luxury toward intimacy and simplicity. A departure from complete imitation of Byzantine canons toward local traditions, which manifested in the types of masonry and structures. Ideologically definite iconography of frescoes and mosaics, both purely canonical and secular. A departure from pyramidal composition with a main dome and a series of smaller domes as a symbol of centralized princely power to a single domed composition. І наступний наш такий темат то власне о архітектурі часу, названих так символічне козацьке бароко. Jednak powinnam podkreślić, że to nazwa jest umowna, ponieważ, jak będzie widocznie, ten styl jest odmienny od tradycyjnego baroku w Europie Zachodniej i jak najbardziej. The next significant period in which political events became a determining factor in influencing the character of Orthodox architecture was the period of the Cossack Baroque. The Western school was formed in line with the general trends of the European Baroque, while the Central Eastern school had a large number of regional features that represent national identity. A characteristic volumetric spatial composition is created by combining several town volumes with their own dome engines, which in the interior are open to the zenith of the bus, creating the illusion of greater height. The traditional basilica of the plan is replaced by layout derived from folk wooden architecture. The domes acquire a characteristic pear-shaped outline. Instead of sculptures typical of European Baroque, churches are decorated with stucco decoration. The main decoration of the interior becomes a multi-tried iconostasis with complex lace carving. The walls, interior and sometimes exteriors, are decorated with murals. The traditional polychromy of the Cossack Baroque is formed. Domes are gilded or green, occasionally they are blue with gold stars. Walls are white, sometimes blue with white decor, and the decor is white. Oj, coś? O. Tak. And then the three period, the three periods of Baroque with the corresponding objects are the follows: early Baroque, high Baroque, late Baroque. Two main schools of Baroque are distinguished, Western and Central Eastern. On the territory of the Hetmanat and Slobozhanщина, starting from the mid-17th century, there was a flourishing of folk wooden architecture, particularly of church construction. And in particular, the following types of wooden churches with relevant examples are distinguished: house type, Bukovina, Policia, Volyn; single-domed church, Dnipro region, left bank, Western Ukraine; two-domed church, uncharacteristic; three-domed church, the most common throughout Ukraine; five-domed church, medium Dnipro region, Podylia, Chernigiv, Polisia; seven-domed church, Chernigiv, Polisia; nine-domed church, southern Dnipro region. Based on the study of church types, within the ethnographic region of Ukraine, the main regional features of wooden church construction can be formulated. You can see the example. Tu przedstawiono jedno z najlepszych takich barokowych typu kozackiego baroku i nazwano to cerkwa wieża, ponieważ każda ta część to osobna wieża zakończona osobnym kupolem i otworzona we wnętrzu aż do
separate crown and
I
then
tu można
internally
zobaczyć tak
opened
samo
with another
spis
dome.
cech charakterystycznych
And here we have a list of
różnych
characteristic
etnograficznych
features of
regionów
different
Ukrainy.
ethnographic regions of
Tu
Ukraine.
możemy zobaczyć
And here
cechy
we
charakterystyczne
have the
każdego regionu.
characteristic feature of each type of each
I teraz
region.
następny odcinek
And
historii
then the
związany
next
z podporządkowaniem
part
władzy
of our
Imperium
history was imperial
Starting from the
policy
late 18th
influencing
century, the gradual destruction
Ukraine.
of Ukrainian
Począwszy
national
od
identity began in accordance
późnego
with
końca
Russian
XVIII wieku i w pierwszej połowie XIX wieku
I
nastąpił
tu można
okres
zobaczyć,
czynników politycznych i
jak
ideologicznych
Imperium Rosyjskie
determinujących
tak
charakter architektury.
szczegółowo niszczył
So here the
cechy
Russian Empire
charakterystyczne
was
architektury ludowej.
destroying
I
characteristic
wszystko staje
feature
takie
of
kanoniczne,
rural architecture. So everything became canonical, pretending to be Russian. And nowadays, we say that on the turn on the 20th century, as a counter reaction and response to destruction of Ukrainian culture, a style image which was called Ukrainian secession. I think that the proper and school name for that should be national romanticism. And so, for example, we have Kalbusat Chapel in Poltava as an example of that style.
Until the beginning of the 20th century, on the right bank and left bank, Ukraine has proved the following. The architecture of the Kievan Rus era developed under the direct influence of external factors, primarily political and ideological. During the time of Kievan Rus, such external factors were the baptism of Rus centralized the power of the prince and consequently the borrowing of the Byzantine scheme of state function. However, this model was never implemented on the territory of modern Ukraine directly according to the Byzantine model. The next global period of the influence of historical and political events on the creation of a fundamentally new style of architecture was the 18th and 19th centuries. I jako podsumowanie można powiedzieć, że mamy kilku takich stylów i te style kojarzą z narodowej identycznością Ukrainy i w czasach wojny te pojęcia, te terminy narodowej
identity of Ukraine. So that concept of the national identity is now transformed because of the war, and this is why we've chosen some characteristic style for the national identity. So we have the Kievan Ruthenia, which is related to Christianity. The other style, the so-called folk style, was Cossack Baroque, and the third one is the Ukrainian national romantism that was built on the basis of modernistic trends and the tradition of Cossack architecture. And here you may see the impact of ideology on the architectural style. You can see it clearly on the example of architecture of the Ruthenian, Kiev Ruthenian period. So that was the state religion. We had support of money and what types of
Drugi ten styl
architecture to reinforce that rule in the area of Kiev, Ruthenia. Then there was this national style under the rule of military leaders, and then we had that national Romanticism, which was formerly under the rule of the Russia Empire, but that style reinforced folk identity. And here we can see these characteristic features, and thank you very much for your attention.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Well, thank you. Thank
Może
you.
inaczej. Liczymy, że kiedyś ten zespół pokaże.
Well, actually, we're very much looking forward to your presentation of these objects. Well, I'm familiar with some of these buildings, and this is a fascinating process of searching for the identity, for the language of Ukraine. Well, this is my son who is working on his postdoctoral dissertation. When unfortunately he was not allowed to come here. So thank you so much again as moderators. We apologize for this big delay in closing this conference. If we had, right, we have our commander-in-chief with us. So we suggest that we take on the Q&A and the debate, etc. to our dinner. As always, we're meeting in that location, which is in Kraków, called Na Groblach. Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen.
Okej, ale wiesz co, Aga,